clarification on this sheet here. When we discussed that you were 551 instead of 521,
547, 521.
so we put it back 5,000
We
in.
put 5,000 in, for drug testing. I had taken out 10,000 and left 5,000, but I was told it should have been, back to the left 10,000.
So it's 547 instead of 551.
And the addition was the lead inspector risk assessor that we talked about in the very first meeting. Where we said, the code enforcement said they're not going to do that. And so, 65,000 for second. And the addition was,
Oh, no, I did not.
I'm open for discussion with regards to,
Sam, I didn't grab anything from my notebook. There wasn't anything in my notebook. Oh, okay.
I just wanted to update it because, like yesterday, we did it late at night and there was like a couple of differences, you know.
Mr. Chairman, I understand Chief Marino had some conversation with members of the council. He unfortunately is at a working fire now on Seneca Street. Being told it's under control and he'll be here as soon as he can, but had a conversation with Mr. Williams where he might be willing to reconsider the allocation and reduction in overtime within the fire department. Is that something you're looking at?
no, I'm not aware of that.
Wait till the chief gets here and reiterate his conversation.
Mr. Williams, you want to update us on that, or you want to move on to the chief?
I would say not at this moment.
Okay. So the question on the reason why we have this here is that members wanted to look at the vacant position over the period of 2021, 2022, and 2023. And to ask the question as to why these positions have been rolling over from 2021 to 2022 to 2023, and that being full. And if there, what is the reason that we should carry it into 2024? And the question was asked, since we are facing a deficit of potential deficit of $7.4 million, why are we adding several new positions into the 2024 budget? So those are the questions that was asked, and we received the documents here. So I will open for discussion regarding to these.
But again, Mr. Chairman, the budget I presented to you does not project any deficit for next year. You're extrapolating things into
No,
the
I'm
future.
using your word where you're saying that we're facing in 2025 a $7.4 million shortfall.
There's a gap in the revenue, but I've also outlined scenarios where if you'd like to look to adopt two budgets tonight with the 24 and the 25,
But don't we look ahead when we're doing budget?
we do.
Yes. So that's why we're here to look at these here and to see how we move
These
forward.
are positions that I've recommended to be within the budget. And again, we've gone through a period where I've been subject to some criticism for not filling positions. We went through a period with COVID where the Civil Service Commission, in fact, shut down, didn't offer a test. There were some recruitment issues, not only for the city of Schenectady, but businesses in its entirety. We're rebounding back from that. And again, I'd look to be able to staff those departments in an adequate and fair manner to be able to deliver services that people want and need.
Go ahead, please.
If I can add, as I was looking over the current vacancies that we received, definitely thank you to the Department of Finance for providing this information to us. What I took into consideration when I was evaluating what positions to consider to not fund, I was referencing individual positions that were vacant for an extended number of years. And I think as we look forward to how do we staff City Hall correctly or effectively, it's also understanding, do we have the right amount of jobs, but do we have the right jobs? And I think previously, as we were discussing with the law department, as Mr. Colden so passionately tries to find attorneys, if you cannot find that position or that role, how can you replace it? Or what alternative means do you have available to you? Hence us reviewing the incorporation of a paralegal. So as I went through this spreadsheet, I identified some lines that were vacant for 2 to 3 years, and of those was the code enforcement officer, the assistant to the city engineer, the junior civil engineer, the payroll audit clerk, which the mayor highlighted as he would be not in favor of not funding, the assistant corporation counsel. I highlighted 1 MEO for streets, 2 from the water maintenance workers, and 1 from the water treatment plant instrumentation specialist. And again, that's taken into consideration just extended vacancy positions for, the majority of those have been vacant for 3 years.
I just want to ask
Mr.
a
Movement,
question. On the payroll audit clerk, that was always filled, and the person had just had left this time this year. And we're just waiting for the test results to fill it. Payroll audit clerk, do we definitely need that position?
Well, correction, that was on the mayor's spreadsheet that we had in front of us.
isn't this the one that
Did I
is
misinterpret that?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yes, records
Yes,
here? I don't see it on here.
That was prepared at
AP
finance.
audit clerk.
That was prepared at
Oh, it's
finance.
incorrection.
It's not there. Mr. Movement.
Go ahead, please.
Well, I just want to point out that a couple of the years that we had vacant positions, those were COVID years. And I think it probably was difficult to find staffing during COVID. But I do think that if the staff and the mayor, if the department heads and the mayor have requested these positions, again, I think there's probably a need for the positions, and I think that we should continue trying to recruit for them, especially in light of, there has been conversation around the fact that perhaps we were understaffed within City Hall. So, but I mean, I think it was probably difficult for many people to recruit adequate staffing during COVID, which is the previous 2 years that you're looking at on the spreadsheet.
Mr. William, can you please go through back those that you highlighted, so that we can have a record of what you are highlighting?
That was 1 code enforcement officer,
Hold on. Okay,
the assistant to the city engineer, the junior civil engineer, the assistant corporation counsel, 1
hold on, the Assistant Corporation Counsel,
yes, 1 MEOM for streets, 2 for the water maintenance worker, and 1 water treatment plant instrumentation specialist.
you're saying water maintenance worker 1?
0.5, correction.
No. Under the water,
Water fund.
can you repeat that? Is the water maintenance worker, there are 4?
2 water maintenance workers. And the water treatment plant instrumentation specialist.
Can I just mention something about that? That is new part of our new water system and our sewer system. It's actually a brand new system controlled by computers rather than valves and stuff. I think Paul, he's not here tonight, is he?
He is here.
Oh, Paul, about the instrumentation specialist, have we started even interviewing people for
We
the?
did, and we actually offered that position to somebody, and the next day she declined after she gave her notice to her current company because they gave her a better offer.
But that's a necessary position, right, especially for the future?
Okay.
It's
Those are-
one person, 2 jobs.
Again, it's a highly technical and specialized position. It's a SCADA system to manage that system as we upgrade the automation of it and maintain the high quality of water that we provide for the city.
If I can ask,
It's one person, 2 jobs, just wanted to make sure.
right, so I guess my next question would be, who is performing that role or those duties right now?
We contracted out, and there's a ticket, if they can get there, they get there, if they can't, when they show up, they show up. And it is vital, because it is our water system, and it is the SCADA system to the sewage treatment plant, so it is vital. So we are at their mercy when they want to show up to do the job.
So right now we have 4 vacancies there,
Where?
according to the sheet, it's 4 vacancies for the water maintenance worker.
MEO, water maintenance worker?
Yes.
Yes.
So there's 4 vacancies.
I think one was filled recently, maybe last week, so We interview constantly because there's a requirement to have a CDL. CDLs are very hard to obtain. So, if you know, we've been always actively looking for MEOs in the street department or water and sewer maintenance workers because they are required to have a CDL be licensed to drive our equipment.
Thank you.
And did you have any comments on the sewer fund?
None for sewer, but adding the cumulative cost savings for those positions in total would equate to $500,000.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, please.
this one did not make the list, but I really, discussed it a lot, so I just would like to revisit it. The mechanic one, which is a new position, I reviewed what we've been spending, and so on the outside garages that are not, we've spent $612,000. So, this again was a position that this person will be alone, so I really recommend we remove that and figure out how to, if we're contracting out, get people to do that work within the hours where the vehicles are not being used. I have a lot of concerns about this individual working on their own, and, with the emergency lift and all of that, and with all of the other garages that we're using, I would recommend that we look at one of the garages to be able to do the work outside of working hours that our people, our staff need the car.
And you're speaking on this sheet here.
Yes, but it's not on a sheet, but I'm making that recommendation.
Oh.
It was something that we discussed last budget meeting.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, and I thought we were kind of all in agreement of keeping that gentleman and coming up with some type of protocol or safety issues for whomever's going to take that position. And I'd like to keep employing residents of the city, so I'd like to at least keep that in there as well as, well,
After I reviewed the amount of money that we're been spending, I changed my position, and we don't know that the person's gonna be a resident of the city. We hope so.
well, we would hope so, yes.
Go ahead, please.
May I ask Mr. LaFond a question? I thought that we actually had a person in that
Well,
role.
that position is new, and that is so that we can do the work at the off hours when vehicles aren't
Right.
being used. To utilize a garage, I don't know most garages that are open until 10 o'clock at night, they shut down at 5. So our cars would be tied up for the next day, and there would be no vehicle for somebody to use. You know,
And this encompasses all of our vehicles, right? So it
Right.
might include a
Right.
police
It's not-
vehicle.
The maintenance account encompasses everything, whether it's fire vehicles, whether it's police
That's right.
vehicles, whether it's OGS, it's every vehicle within the city of Schenectady. So, I don't, we may find it a little difficult finding a garage that will perform the basic maintenance for us after work hours. They may, I don't think it'll be at the rate that they normally charge.
So it's one person, so they're not in, even though it's overnight, I don't know how many vehicles they could do. And what I thought you explained to us was that it's basically like basic maintenance, like oil changes and those kind of things. So, if we close it for, not to have to get to the weeds here, but if we close it for, there are garages that close later. And if that's not the case, we can certainly, contract with them, work through that, because we are spending a lot of money right now on garages.
We have a lot of vehicles. and
I
we do spend a
understand
lot of money. And if we wanna move those vehicles when our shift ends at 3, we'll have to have people physically move those cars to the dealerships and then get a ride back home too. So the workday won't be an 8-hour day, we'll have to move those vehicles that are gonna be being performed maintenance on sometime during the day and have somebody follow them out and bring them back. So, and left there and go get that vehicle again the next day or before the workers return in the morning.
How many vehicles do you anticipate one person would be able to do overnight alone?
They're there for 8 hours. They can do oil changes and they can do the liquid, check the liquid levels and do tire changes. And they can do, normal oil change, you probably do several a night. They're there for 8 hours. The hours would be 3 to roughly 10, 2 to 10, sorry. Hour overlap.
I still would like to see if you could figure out a way for us to do that with in-house. We're spending a lot of money on garages already and, you know, adding this position, which, again, for me, it's kind of touchy to have that one person there doing all that, so that's where I am now.
Go ahead.
But with respect, wouldn't we be spending more money in the garages than what we're currently spending if we had to not have that position and this person in-house doing the work as opposed to sending more cars out to garages? I'm not really understanding.
Well, first of all, my major concern is that we have an individual overnight working with equipment, flammable things, et cetera, on their own, working with a lift. And so I'm saying that if we wanna do it, then we should have a rotating shift of someone else coming in, if that's a possibility. Or we have another garage and not have this in the budget, but I am adamant about having that individual working alone, in a condition I think is pretty dangerous, overnight.
Mr. Chairman, and depending on seasonal nature, we do staff that facility sometimes 24 hours, sometimes in the evening, so that this particular one is talking about being assigned latitude, but there would be other people within the facility.
So the other people in the facility couldn't do any of this work?
It's a union, it's specific to the operating engineers.
To the what?
Operating engineers, heavy equipment.
So the other people in there would not be in the same category, is that what you're saying?
The heavy equipment governs, heavy equipment operators, local 158, and the mechanics at the garage. They all fall under
1037.
So we have, 3 other people in that category, 4 actually in that category. And you're saying, and one of them is the new one. So you're saying that the other 3 people could not do any of that work?
The other 3
Because the
mechanics
union?
that are at the Bureau of Service do that work, they also do more mechanical work. They do brake, they do airlines, hydraulic lines. This position is a different title, it would be more of the more basic oil changes on a lot of the police cars, the medium duty trucks, and the heavy duty trucks. Heavy duty trucks, you cannot take it into a Jiffy Lube or a Valvoline,
Mhm.
they have to go to International or car dealership. We start bringing all our vehicles to Jiffy Lube.
I'm not asking you that, but I am asking you if the other people that are here could do some of the work, and I think your answer was yes.
Yes, they do some of the work, but they're also doing the more mechanical work. So they keep the vehicles on their own. This is more the basic maintenance that you do on oil changes, wiper blades, tail lights, directionals, not the more heavier mechanical work.
Okay,
That's why it's a different rate than the other mechanics.
thank you.
Mr. Ferrari, recently we rescinded the $2.5 million to the Aquatic Center funding.
Correct.
I would like to throw that out to the table here that this is the right time for us to consider using that $2.5 million now that is not considered in this budget. And I would like to open it for discussion in terms of how we can able to bring that in here and to help us offset some of these push around here, for lack of words.
Is that good?
I'll open it for discussion with my members.
If it was up to me, I'd take more money out of the ARPA
Okay.
and use it for the fundings, you know, for, all the, you know, water wells and stuff we're about to be working on. Can we use it for this budget stuff? I think we have budgeted, if you look at the amount, I think we budgeted about $8 million.
6.6.
6.6 of ARPA monies already.
Yeah.
In the budget, I know.
And then we're using 792 as
Right, that was the balance of,
yeah.
that we had left over.
So we have that $2.5 million. Do we have any more that is unallocated?
No, I know that the only other amount was unallocated was 750,000, but I know that that's one that wants to be reused, I guess, right? Stockade.
We already
Okay,
reallocated
yeah,
that.
we already allocated that.
Right.
So that's the only one that I know of.
Go ahead, please.
I think I'd like to wait until we see what happens with, there's projects that have contingencies on them, so we might be getting funds back from ARPA as it is, if those organizations can't meet the contingencies. So I think I'd rather keep see what happens when we look at the ARPA overall.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna get back some funding because some of these agencies is not gonna meet their requirement.
Yes,
So
that's
we
what I'm saying.
extend them
We
to
don't
give
know.
them the last
A
leg
chance.
money,
Yeah,
and it's pretty much gonna come back in to help us.
so then we
In the
can look
future.
sort of big picture
So
at
I
that.
think this $2.5 million is right for us to tap into and help us with the budget.
I'd rather wait, but,
So are you saying you don't wanna use it? We already took the we had to rescind the 2 million
Right.
because
but
that
we don't
project didn't
know,
move forward.
yeah, I mean, we don't know if there's gonna be other needs going forward, so I'd rather look at the whole picture, but I don't know, I'm gonna look to see what other people think.
Go ahead, please.
I know that we've gotten another application to look at for Holy Cross, the Holy Name of Jesus for their basketball court. So there are people, because of the exceptions we're making on these ARPA applications, extending things, there are people who put in initial ARPA applications that are looking to get refunded again.
I'm open to using the 2.5. We had already allocated to a project, and so I'm open to if it can help this budget to move that money into this.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I would have to echo that sentiment. I think we've all heard around this table and also throughout the community, the frustration with the concept of considering projects that were submitted after the fact. I know that there have been talks of a potential new facility being developed, but I think since that hasn't been a point of conversation here at the table, I think before us, Mr. Moodavaran highlighted that there was an additional $2.5 million. I think as we evaluate what best to do to position the city, I think that I would be very, very much considerate of applying that to this year's budget.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Williams, so you were probably the biggest proponent of a second issue right along. So are you no longer in favor of that, or for people to reapply again for ARPA funding?
I would say, and thank you for bringing that up, I think part of being a council member is understanding that at this table, conversations change and your positions evolve. I think recognizing that we all have our very strong positions, and I think if I'm trying to sit here to work collaboratively, that is something that I'm willing to push forward as an option to put forth a budget that I could support for the city.
Yeah, I'm in favor of using this $2.5 million to help us. It'll just ease the burden on us in terms of looking where we can find additional funding. And this money is available for us to use. So let's use it. I think it's the reason why it's there. And we should be fortunate that we were able to rescind it and have it ready for us to use at the right time. Unless Mr. Ferrari has any more ARPA funding lingering around that we can tap into.
Not that I
I'm
can
okay with
tell
that
you.
also.
Only thing I know, we have to wait the end of the year to see if there's any left that we budgeted for this year. And it's really up to you guys about rescinding the plans going forward. And that 2.5 million, I just want to say, if you looked at our water and sewer, our sewer fund is 2.5 million off. I have no problem using ARPA money for water and sewer infrastructure, which is exactly what it was intended to be used for.
And that's exactly why I pulled that, because we're looking at the report that you and Derek provided, right away that funding, $2.5 million, fitting right there. And then I had a conversation with you today, and I was fortunate to have that in terms of where is this $2.5 million and can we use it?
Where is it?
No, that's what I asked you today.
Not really.
Sorry. No, I was just making a statement, sorry. No, we know where it is.
Okay, yeah.
So can I have a consensus on the finance committee, so let's move it forward at using 2.5? No, okay. I'm in favor of utilizing the $2.5 million to help us cushion this.
Will we use that strictly for what?
Well,
Is that
Well, we
for
have three-
the sewer fund,
I think,
the water fund, the general fund?
go ahead.
I think that you're trying to circumvent the discussion about whether we're going to have the fee increases that are part of the budget. I don't know, I'm just saying, I mean, should we have that discussion before you make any decision about using the
I
2.5?
I think we left
I
the
don't know.
meeting, I think we left the meeting last meeting with, not in favor of an increase.
Well, the finance committee,
Yes,
I think that, you know,
Yeah, no,
I don't think you had a chance to voice any opinion on that the other night, but
this is just pushing it down the road. It's not doing anything. It's the same nonsense that was last year with the ARPA money. We saw the deficit last year, nothing was done. All these positions were, we have to have them, we have to have them, we have to have them. Now all of a sudden, we don't need them. So this does nothing except extend the problem down the road and makes it even bigger.
Mr. Farrar, to answer to your question with regards to where do we use it, I mean, that is up to you where you tap into and use it, because we're looking at a 2.5, 883.
Well, let's, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I've submitted a budget developed by the department heads, put in position. It's now city council. If you're, again, you've used a convoluted process in the allocation of the ARPA money to begin with. You didn't rely on professional staff for input and analysis. That's why we have projects out there that are underfunded and are going to be inability to complete on time or within budget. And this just becomes a charade that's really an embarrassment in the overall fiscal position of the city.
Go ahead, please.
Well, I'd say to Mr. Palomini's comments, I would have appreciated hearing those the day that we had the discussion, but I did not, for a reason you were not present. I would say to the mayor's point, collaborative government is what I learned in school and what I was looking forward to being a part of. It seems as if this year it has been very one-sided. So I would say, based on the motion that I put forward, someone has to respond, correct, Mr. Mudavarian?
Yes.
So, response.
Hey, Tony.
I made a motion, and I didn't know if anyone responded to it.
So,
Use the
to
other
use
votes.
that? Yes, I second it, yeah.
Right.
Do you want to go back through, are there any questions? Do you want to go back through the staffing?
Well, everybody can read, so I think we're pretty well set as to what's on the chart. I said everybody can read the vacancy, we don't need a report as to.
No, I asked Mr. Williams, he made some suggestion here that we don't have. So I'm asking to go through that,
You already did.
yes, so we can highlight it to see where we stand in terms of, do we keep this position and do we, that is my question.
so basically what you're asking is whether we want to eliminate a code enforcement officer, an assistant to the city engineer, a junior civil engineer, assistant corporation counsel, some MEOs, which
One.
one MEO, which we really know we need, 2 water maintenance workers, and the water treatment plant instrumentation specialists. That's what you're trying to eliminate right now.
I would say,
Go ahead, please.
based on the information that we received, I went through this spreadsheet and identified positions that I thought would be open for consideration. Up to this point, we have only heard from a portion of our council members. Since I've specified individual positions, we have heard from a number of our department staff, which I appreciate your feedback to make sure that our actions are well reflecting the needs of your departments. However, we can, at the direction of Mr. Mudavarian, we can go through line by line and see if individuals feel comfortable moving forward with that. But I presented options.
I mean, I already said what I thought.
As did I.
I think you did too.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Williams, you want to go through each one, just for, because you,
So, I just,
go ahead, please.
So the code enforcement officer, I'm not in favor of that, I have to say. And based on, the description by Mr. LaFawn, I would be in favor of one of those positions. And I just wanna be clear, Mayor, these are, we received positions that you had originally taken out of the budget as well?
In the final budget, they were not included. I didn't personally take some of those out, because department heads reviewing their actual staffing needs and again, coming up with a number that held the tax levy at as low as possible.
Go ahead, please.
Well, we have several engineering positions that aren't filled for many years. I would be okay with cutting those and putting that money back into both the fire and police overtime.
But in some of those positions, we have used that money to hire outside firms to do the work that would have been done by engineering people on staff.
And we keep that amount and cut the rest and put it towards the overtime budgets.
Mr.
There were, our chief engineer, he already removed a couple of, positions from his budget when it was submitted, so what we're seeing here is what was left after his submission. So there are already, I believe, 1.5 positions that were moved out.
Mr. Williams, you had your hand up?
Yes, just looking for a point of clarity, Mr. Mayor, to your point, positions that are unfilled, those departments are able to utilize those vacant funds for the best needs of that department, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So follow this problem, so you're saying to move all the funds from engineer or just?
Well, whatever it is that they outsource to get the job done, keep that allocation and then move the rest of the positions away. And,
Bear in mind also they have a line for fees of service that they also tap into.
well, if he hasn't filled them in 3 years and it's not that difficult, you just go to RPI, you can contact Clarkson, you wanna fill the positions, you probably could.
Again, he moved 1.5 out of his budget for this year, was went from 4.5 to 3, so part of that has already been done. And if we're gonna be consistent with that, then we have to be consistent as we look at all of these line items to say, they also haven't been filled in 3 years. If that's going to be the matrix that we're gonna use.
Go ahead, please.
Again, that speaks to my point of this is what the department heads, what we have in this document is what the department heads have suggested for their staffing. So that's right, what Ms. Porterfield is saying is we do have already the knowledge of what the head engineer has suggested. So why fool around anymore with any of the other staffing? And that would be consistent across the budget, that this is what the department heads have said. And again, to your point, I'm waiting for that conversation about the overtime, but I don't wanna cut anything from, you know, I hear what you're saying, you're trying to hopefully go ahead of that discussion, but I mean, hopefully when we get to that discussion, we can resolve that issue as well.
Yeah, but to add to Mr. Parliament's point, this has been over for several years vacant. And as long as we've been in the council here, we've seen that it's trend moving from year to year being vacant. Yes, we utilize some of the money to offset consultant and others, but are we utilizing all this money? And if we're not using it, then as Mr. Parliament recommend, see what we need and move it into the fee for service line and then, you know, address some of the funding. I think that's what the discussion is about on this sheet here. It's about the funding the position is vacant over this last couple of years. Why continue? If we have to move them in the fee for service line, let's move some there and then zero out the rest into the general fund.
And then if I may, these are difficult conversations to have, but truly this is what our entire country is dealing with. There is no industry that is exempt from making these same type of decisions. And this is our responsibility to evaluate this based on the input we're receiving to make sure we're adjusting and making sure we're best positioned as a city. If the position is not to consider any, then I respect that. But I'm just trying to look at the trends and see if there are any cost savings.
You want to keep going on the others? The one that you suggested?
Did you have some names?
So are we going one by one?
Yeah,
So-
keep going, yeah, that's
so
why I asked,
the
keep going to the one
assistant-
that you suggested, and let's, move on to that, see what.
Yep, the assistant to the city engineer, the junior civil engineer, the assistant corporation counsel, one MEO for streets, the 2 water maintenance workers. And I think if hearing the comments from Mr. LaFawn, I'd be open to removing the water treatment plant instrumentation specialist.
Pardon me, what?
Removing it from your list.
Remove from your list? Yeah.
I would be opposed to the sewer maintenance workers and the wastewater worker. They're short-staffed down there and could create a dangerous situation. And you wanna talk about having individuals work by themselves, that I would be opposed to that.
I would say I appreciate your comment. I appreciate your comments to comment meeting. I think if looking, there are currently 4 vacancies, so the 2 would still leave 2 open positions. And my thought process was fill those 2, and if the need presents itself, coming back before the council.
Any other discussion on any other position? And this is dealing with the 2021, 22, and 23.
Yes.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Mayor,
please.
I just want to clarify, and perhaps Mr. Marnie can help, but it looks like in the law department budget, in terms of the assistant corporation counsel, one of those was your previous, I think was your previous role, perhaps?
It may have been, yes. Yep. I believe we still have 2 other full-time assistant corporation counsel positions open. My understanding is Mr. Coleman had indicated that to the extent that that's cut, if we did find another attorney, we would probably be returning to council. Recruitment for attorneys is very difficult. We do try the best we can. We've actively tried with the local law schools to pull people from other positions and other law firms, but it is
Competitive,
competitive.
yeah.
Yes.
So basically, if we removed those 2 positions,
No,
you might come back and, we might come back and have to add an amendment to trying to,
It would be very likely. As it is, we have, Andrew and I are the only full-time
Right.
attorneys for the city.
right,
We have 2 part-time assistant corporation counsels, and we're losing 1 at the end of the year.
go ahead, please.
So I'd say what Mr. Marnie highlighted is the difficulties with hiring just a single highly specialized position. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
It's difficult to hire even one
It is.
extremely specialized position.
It is very difficult.
So I would say if we focused on a singular vacancy, and then if that individual presents itself, in addition to incorporating a paralegal, evaluating the need, which I imagine is to have more of those individuals in your office, but if they don't present themselves, I think it is besides the point to have 2 vacancies.
That being said, I will also add that the fewer attorneys we have in the law department, the higher our outside counsel costs are. And outside counsel rates vary anywhere from $300 to $600 an hour.
As far as I'm concerned, it's the engineering positions, the,
Do we have any specific one that we can just highlight so that
well, there's four vacants.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Again, the water and sewage, those are things that we really need. We don't wanna screw around with that, in my opinion.
I agree.
And the MEOM falls under the specialization with the CDL. And other than that, the carpenter, I guess, I'm fine with. But otherwise, I think you fill them.
We have 5 in engineer, you mentioned 4. Is the one that you are excluding?
Well, one says it's filled.
What is it?
Oh, no, then it's
No,
been vacant again.
Yeah,
I'm assuming if
They're
they,
gonna need that position.
yeah, I'm
Need that one.
assuming they filled it once, they can fill it again.
And I wouldn't want to,
that is the IPS,
Yeah.
3. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
I was gonna say I wouldn't completely strip that department either.
I have to echo that, especially since Mr. Wallen has made it a point of already looking at his budget and seeing positions that weren't filled, and therefore not bringing them forward to this year's budget. So I believe he took into consideration that these positions have not been filled in past years. He's been able to run his department and has taken them out, so I don't want that we should continue to go even further into that. So, Mr. Williams has suggested 2, and Mr. Palomini is suggesting any more, and I don't think we should go more than 2. And I think that Mr. Wallen has already considered what he needs in his department in terms of downsizing, realizing what our fiscal situation is.
Mr. Williams, you mentioned for all the engineering department, do you have the 2 in mind?
Yes, he did say.
You did?
Mhm.
Can you identify that by, please?
Assistant to the city engineer and then junior civil engineer.
So Mr. Wallen eliminated the junior civil engineer already from the budget. That's already out of budget, right? I'm looking on page
Yes.
10, and there's 0 on that line. He already eliminated that particular, it shouldn't be on the other sheet.
Yeah, he left in 2 assistants to the engineer and 1 civil engineer.
So there's an error then, right? Because the assistant, well, yeah, okay, so the assistant to the civil engineer, he did leave in, so you want to get rid of one of those.
He didn't have it in the budget.
He did have he had 2 assistants to the civil engineer in his budget, but now we're taking out one of them. The other one is called assistant civil engineer, that's not on, that's what he eliminated, and that is not on the green on this sheet at all. And then the IPS, he wants an IPS, so that wasn't in his budget. But that is what he asked for when he met with us, I guess, because it's not in his budget.
Yeah, it wouldn't be under administrative salaries.
Oh, okay.
Then
Let me
next,
see, maybe let me go down further.
Public Works.
Yep, thank you. Oh, there, what page is that, John?
That is page 9.
Page 9.
Well, that's an I don't see it. Oh, there we go, IPS 3. So I did put that in. And that one you want to leave in, right? The IPS 3?
I didn't highlight that.
He didn't take the pen, so that was really good. And the IPS 4 that's in that department is currently unfilled.
IPS 4 is
Well, then the IPS 3 is the one that's unfilled?
unfilled. She just left.
Just left.
I see, so the civil engineer on
Yeah,
page
You
10,
have to look at
he
9
took,
and 10,
yeah, so he took out, Chris already took out the civil engineer that's on this green sheet.
He removed the assistant civil engineer.
And the civil, and the,
Juniors.
and the
oh, yeah,
junior
you're right,
civil
yep,
engineer.
yep.
Okay.
It's okay. So those are the 2 that he removed. And the assistant civil engineer was only half-time, previous to this.
Go ahead, please.
Could we just have a new list of what is being proposed?
Yeah, that's what I try to go through and highlight.
Oh, okay, because I think we added something back in,
Yeah.
the,
That's why I asked
Water
Mr. Williams to
treatment.
go through back so we can highlight what is there. And
We will need to, I mean, it doesn't matter because we can't vote, but
right,
But you need to have that updated information.
But-
Because if there's one
These
here
guys-
that's supposed to be in here, then, if it was already removed,
Did you answer?
this one's you finished with your,
Yes.
yeah. Let's move on to the 2024 new position that has been proposed, this on this sheet here. This is the Ferrari, the one highlighted and the yellow one have removed. Dory, can you walk us through those?
Yeah, so the yellow highlighted positions, that was originally put in by department request. They were removed by us. The one item for fleet manager was removed by the city council. If you look at the highlight item in pink there, street department manager, that's just a title change. And the rest are new positions that were added to the budget. The only other thing at the bottom, if you look at the lead inspector coordinator and the lead inspector risk coordinator assessor, we're switching that from a management position to a CCA. It used to be a CCA to begin with, but the department head at the time requested, or insisted rather, that they would go into that position and train and do lead training for the code enforcement department, but I think that is not the case anymore.
so both of those would be CSEA?
No,
I'm
so,
sorry.
one is still in the budget at 58,000, and the other one would be cut at 65,000 match that position.
Okay, so that should be in yellow, in other words.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. So it would be 40.
Ms. Porterfield, you talk about the motor equipment operator mechanic.
Yes, we discussed that. Mr. Vaughn has given us his impression of that, and I would really like to see how we could figure out how to do that work, without having someone on their own over at night. I know what you said about other people there, and so again, I wonder how is it that we can have other people there that are already there to do some of this work if it extends past the normal business hours. You said that we have sometimes people work 24-hour shifts there?
Winter time, mechanics are staffed obviously during snowstorms. Sometimes there's only one mechanic there during the snowstorm, really overtime is voluntary, can't mandate them to come in. So there are times when there's one person there, within a snowstorm, only one mechanic wants to come to work, you only have one mechanic.
In light of what we're spending in other garages, I still think we should consider removing that position. If we're trying to save money.
Mr. McLaren, can we ask Mr. LaFont to just refresh our memory about the fleet manager position? Would you like to speak about the need for the fleet manager, as opposed to, you were talking about the mechanic?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Originally, it was a fleet manager's position on the budget, and it now went down to the assistant fleet manager. We do work on a lot of vehicles there, there's a lot of paperwork. We'd like to be able to monitor monitor through the computerized maintenance management system, the work and how it's being performed. But without the staff and management to do this work, it's very difficult. Right now, we have an assistant fleet manager who is working as a fleet manager, but also turning wrenches, also getting parts. Comes down to, we have a lot of work, we don't have a lot of staff. And that's, we have a number of vehicles, a lot of the vehicles go out for repairs, a lot get remain in-house, some go to the county. We do what we can in-house. If we were able to do more, try to reduce our outside expenses, I need the staff that can do that. It's not always the most cost-effective way to contract work out.
Go ahead, please.
And Mr. LaFawn, we need to be concerned with safety of these vehicles going out continuously on the road, so they need to be.
All of our mechanics are certified to do both medium-sized vehicles and heavy equipment for inspections.
Yeah.
So every mechanic we have does inspections on all our vehicles.
Thank you.
I have so
Comment, please.
the comments been made, we're looking to save money, which I don't have any issue with. What are we gonna do with this saved money? We can't roll it over to the deficit in 2025. So what's the end goal with what's being done?
What again, so just to see what we can save, and then we might. You said you had a conversation with Chief Marino. The mayor was highlighting something like that just now, that Chief is there. And that more than likely will be utilized to go into back that out, whatever that saving is. So it's not like pushing it, it's money, using it to reduce some of the cuts that we made last week. Sorry, last two session.
They want to eliminate the overtime from the police and the fire, so that's the cut that they're talking about. I think you had to unfortunately leave a little bit, so.
Yeah, I have work, so.
Yeah. It will be used to offset some of the cuts, the potential savings that we're trying to claw back here.
Just want to clarify, not eliminate. There was a reduction, but not eliminate.
Well, cut from what the police chief and the fire chief
Yes.
have asked us for.
But not eliminate.
Sorry.
But I'd want to complete this one task first before getting ahead.
Okay.
Not getting ahead, we need to know what the end result, what the end outcome that's looking to be achieved.
I think that's what the end result is whatever savings, and to look at what the major cut that happened in the last couple of sessions, and to claw back on that, if we can. Yes. And that's one of the reasons why I brought the $2.5 million of the ARPA money that we rescinded to help us with that.
But with the cuts, you still didn't have a balanced.
Well, that's why we are looking at the position here and to see where we are, then we can make a decision.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. We're still working in progress there. So go ahead, Mr.
Bless you.
With regards to 2024 positions?
Yes, yeah, we started that, yes.
I didn't have any comments towards these.
My comments on the 2024 position is to look at the IPS 3 and the IT specialist, keep the GIF anti-violence coordinator, to look at the MEOM and the CD assistant.
Mr. Mayor.
Please.
I just want to speak about the IPS 3 for utilities and the IPS 3 for IT. I just want to bring up the fact, and plus the webmaster, bring up the fact that that whole department, there's going to be 2 major retirements. This was the plan to help keep that department together. You know, using three to take the place of the 2 that are there.
Mr. Farrar, are we gonna have some funding on those on retirement line when the person retire?
It's
Against that, yes,
it's
against
going to
that.
be increased.
No.
Not gonna be no savings when they retire.
When they retire, the months that's left behind.
Excuse me?
The lines that we're funding for that position, they will be funding, remain on that line when the person retires.
Yeah, but they're retiring in 2024, they're not retiring now.
That's what I'm saying, this is 2024.
Yeah, so these positions, what we're trying to do is hire them, so before they retire, they have some training. So when the people retire, these positions will be up and running without, we're trying to do it in a way so that the department has any big
Succession
lag.
planning.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I also want to say, I think, that give anti-violence coordinator,
Mhm.
there's no question.
No, 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 no.
Oh, okay, because,
No, no, no.
that's grant funded, it has
Yeah,
nothing,
yeah.
okay.
I said keep that.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I know, but I'm just saying, we don't need to even question, we don't even
Yeah,
need
not
to
even
discuss
question that
keeping it
for
or
me.
not keeping
No,
it.
no, no. That's all. We discussed the motor equipment operator mechanic, the MEOM. There are two positions being proposed here.
Not always.
I think it is.
Any question on this? Go ahead, please.
Are the MEOMs, CSEA positions?
And 37.
1037, I'm sorry. They are 1037.
MEOM is in the street, are 1037.
Thank you.
and Water maintenance workers are also MEOMs that are 1037.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So you're eliminating union positions. And contraction. Do we have a certain number in the contract that we, no, we can do that.
So, Mr. Ferrari, so you think that we really need the IPS 3 for IT and the IT specialist
And the webmaster.
and the webmaster?
Yeah, just so you can have a seamless array when these guys leave. If you look into the budget, we did put one or two of the positions at 0.4 or 0.25%. Because we knew she was not gonna be here for a full year. So we adjusted one, but for the other position, the bigger position, you need that money because that person's gotta be replaced. And then for the IT, now you're gonna need a new IT guy, because now we're actually, instead of just having two, we're gonna have three different departments now. You have the utilities, you can have traffic, and then you're gonna have IT.
So the yellow highlight, just to be clear, was removed, was asked by the department head, but not put in the budget by finance. That was not a
Mayor.
recommendation, that the mayor did not put those in budget.
Except for the fleet manager.
Yeah, that's what
Right.
we removed from the council removed. But we found it.
So why are we considering positions that weren't in the budget?
This is a report I asked Mr. Ferrari and I think, so I'm not sure why it's in here.
The
They can
positions
explain.
that are not highlighted are in the budget still.
When we were doing the budget, we listed all the new jobs, so we had this ready to go. So
Alright.
then when he asked for it, when we went and reviewed it, we said, okay, we know this is out, this is out, this is out. So we want to also show that, we're also working to keep things down at the same time.
I mean, with the first three, I'm okay to keep the IPS 3 for utility admin, and I'm okay with keeping the IT specialist webmaster. And we can reconsider the IPS 3 for IT. Go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, but again, I think that when we heard from IT, but also, I think some of these positions, those positions, I think also in terms of the increase in the cyber the risk of cyber attacks. I think that was a reason that, we were thinking about making sure that we had appropriate staffing levels, in IT. Everybody else jumped in from when we had Oran speaking to us, but, or actually it was Mr. Coluccio that presented for that, so I could look back to my notes, but, I think we have to really be, with the increase in cyber attacks across our nation, or across the, internationally, I mean, I think we have to really be careful about what we're doing and making sure that we're not putting any of our data, at risk. So I would still support those IT positions.
No, it was one of the ideas, that's why we, the mayor suggested us to make a budget reappropriation last year. So, the IT, can't remember the exact title, so I just mentioned the name, Mr. Bauer.
Yes, sorry.
And then the IT specialist, webmaster, I think they explained that to us, will help with that also.
Just gotta find my page here.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, please.
And I think I would support that if we already had candidates aligned, but I think the question that we're presented with right now is whether we're comfortable with having pools of money sitting in those lines. And then the cost analysis is, what is the likelihood of those being filled?
I mean, I don't know, I would guess that IT positions we'd be able to fill, but do you have trouble filling IT positions?
That's right.
We have trouble.
We are actively recruiting our courses, and I anticipate being able to fully staff those.
We need an index in this next year. Still looking for IT here. Here it is.
You have a
Yeah,
question?
no, just wondering where that leaves us right
Oh,
now.
no, we're just making notes.
Great.
Any question on the, go ahead, please.
So with the IT specialist, is this because we're anticipating, the retirement of the,
No, IT specialist we actually need more people to come in, especially for our website. We want a better webmaster for our website. We concentrate more on it because of the complaints we have about our website.
what are we doing in anticipation of the retirement that may happen next year?
We're trying to set up try to open up jobs for them. These actually, the IPS 3, there's two people taking the place of that one person who's leaving.
That one person?
And the webmaster, and we're leaving the other person's position open to get a new person to take that. So we'll have it for the remainder of the term of the salary for the remainder of the term. What are we doing? We're actively looking, right, Chief?
All right, thank you.
Okay, any question on the MEOMs? There are two positions being proposed into the 2024 budget.
No, those were removed by the mayor. The
No.
highlighted
No, the
yellow,
other
No,
ones.
the one right above that.
just that one?
There are
Two, okay.
for the parks. I had thought that Mr. Dean came in and explained the situation with the parks.
Yep.
Any question on the CD assistant?
If you could just give me a little background again on what this person's position is?
It's actually a new position, before, God, I can't even think of her name.
That's okay.
She just left.
Kristen,
Yes, before the Department of Development person left, she wanted this position because there was such a loss of staff in that community development department that she wanted to bring in a new community development supervisor and also assistant to help the supervisor so they both can learn together. So that, try to get in the future the department in a stronger position. Just to remind you that CD assistant is 100% funded by a community development block grant.
But we also have a CD supervisor and a CD program monitor.
Correct.
And this new position is just a CD assistant.
Right. I'd like to explain, because right now the supervisor, we don't have a supervisor right now. And we need this, what? She's the head of the department now. But we don't have a CD, community development supervisor, but it's a vacant position where she's looking for recruits right now. I think she said she had 13 candidates. And what we're looking to do, like I said, because we're bringing in a new one, they wanted to bring an assistant to help this person, and then together they would learn to make the staff stronger in the future. I mean, it's not gonna happen overnight.
And the monitor is already, is currently filled?
That's so good. Oh,
Oh,
yes. Yes, it
Sorry.
is. But again, that's a position that we were told they're gonna retire
Yeah.
also, so I think that's the whole idea with the assistant. They're trying to get everybody rolling to know each other's positions, so when there is a loss like that, they can take over until the next person is hired.
I was wondering, I mean, actually, it says it was filled in 2021 and 2022, but that community development supervisor, I feel like it was a new position before that. It was something that, was that a new position and it was,
No,
no?
that
I
was
think they
always,
moved, the person that was there that has now left the city,
Yeah,
I believe they moved him into that position.
okay. There was some position that because of the impending, the fact that we were getting the ARPA funding, before we got the ARPA funding, they created a new position because they thought they would need the extra set of hands to deal with all the ARPA process. I just don't know which one that is.
that was a supervisor, I think, at the time.
That's what I thought too, but.
any other discussion on this?
So do we need the supervisor?
I believe so.
Okay.
So we have a CD supervisor, a CD program monitor, and a CD assistant.
It's 100% grant funded.
And just as a recap, the street department manager highlighted in the, what was the reason with it?
That is the one gentleman who's
Oh,
running
that
the
was
streets
the
right now.
director of public
He's gonna
works?
take over, he's
Okay,
gonna take
back.
over, yeah.
Okay,
So, so I think, what do we figure out, a savings of like $60,000 or $70,000 when he does both positions? Otherwise, he can just go back to his old position, making 98, and then he would have to hire another person at 90, And then you gotta pay benefits for the other person also.
Well, do you have a question on this position? I'm not putting you in the spot, but
Well, a discussion that we had before was that this
Yeah.
position, this one person's supposed to be doing two jobs, and, initially, when it was put in the budget, it was a 4% increase. When they changed the street, the title, and then when they brought it back to the original title, the increase then became 14%. Even though initially our understanding was that the person still was gonna be doing two jobs because they were split between two departments. But the first time we saw it was 4%, and then when it came back with the new name, it became 14, excuse me, when it came back to the old name, it became 14%. So, that was my question around that, and just the level of that particular increase.
Is that where we're doing 52 and 52?
Yes.
And so we were eliminating two positions that were 80-something and 80-something?
No.
98 is one.
What is it?
We're eliminating the 88,
400.
400, yeah. If you need more information, Mr. LaFawn can probably help you on that.
Well, initially, when Mr. LaFawn came to us, he explained it, but, when we saw it, we didn't see the 14% increase, but when it came back again, then we saw the 14% increase, but we haven't seen you since then.
Yeah, sure.
Because there was a typo in the budget, we were looking at doing the position, but the other position would have stayed. And then we do have a gentleman who is going to take on more work, and we would not fill the other position. So ultimately, I do two jobs. I'm the director of water and wastewater, and I'm the commissioner. I've been doing it for 7 years. We have an employee who is going to take on a little more responsibility, with a little more compensation. And in return, what we're saving is a position of $88,000 plus the benefit package, which is ultimately what we're trying to do, is to try and be efficient, but also have a saving. This is an opportunity to do that.
So, it is 14% when originally was 4, so is there a lesser amount that you think would be still reasonable since this person taking on a little bit more work?
Well, if he doesn't take on the work, I would say we put the other position back in for $88,000. I mean, if you're willing to take it on, if you're asking me to go negotiate with him, this is what we offer, he said he's willing to do the additional work at this pay. If we're interested, we would do it. If not, he'll do his existing job, and I would ask you to look at the budget and put the other position in for $88,000, so somebody can do that job.
The difference is only, what, $6,000, because the person was making the 98.
6,000?
Yeah, 98, so
Mm.
the 104 is
He would have been making
6,500.
91 from his 88, so that would have been the bump from 23 to 24.
I don't recall, but I just remember the 98.
It's 45 something each
Yeah.
position.
Manage the position, it's not overtime, comes in for all snowstorms.
And stipends, is there stipends
It was
attached to
removed.
that?
It was removed, it takes the other, if the salary increase is there, there's no stipend.
So you take the stipend out?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead, please.
They were the two positions at 45,968 each. We raised them to 52,000 each for a total of 104 for the
Correct.
one position, which would eliminate,
52 in each department,
Right.
because he's right.
which would eliminate the $88,000
Right. What was the same
overall
person?
savings of, right?
That's not the total savings, it was one person and it's not two positions, so just to be clear about that, it's one individual that we're talking about in terms of the salary.
Right, for 104.
But it's split into two departments.
Right. Two
Right.
departments.
Any other discussion on this?
So would it be the Director of Solid Waste, Mr. LaFont? Is it the Director of Solid Waste you took out of the budget?
Correct.
And that's,
And that would be the position that the street manager will assume some of the role there.
okay, and then the other one, but, okay,
Doesn't exist. The director of,
yeah,
that's gone, it doesn't exist.
okay. So he is the street department
He is
manager
currently,
currently?
that is his title, yes.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
You have a discussion?
So because his budget was overall down. He's gonna get some chairs for these guys.
Oh,
Any other discussion here? So based on the discussion we have here and the notes that I have on my side, I'm okay keeping the IPS 3 for utilities admin. I'm okay keeping the IT specialist webmaster, keeping the GIF anti-violent coordinator, and keep the MEOM, and keep the lead inspector coordinator. That's a movement from, switch from CSE into management. I'm okay with that.
It's actually lead inspector risk assessment.
Yeah, I'm okay with the movement here.
So you said, you said keep the utilities admin IPS 3,
Yes,
but not the IPS 3 for IT. Yeah, I would be against that. And then you want to keep the MEOM, both of them?
no, the IT specialist, webmaster, keep that.
Yep, oh, okay, great, I skipped over that one, okay.
The GIF anti-violent coordinator.
Again, no discussion.
Keep that, there's no discussion.
Okay.
I'm skipping the street department manager and the fleet manager, we took that out from previous discussion. Ms. Porterfield, talk about the auto vehicle operator, mechanic. I am okay with keeping the MEOM,
There's two of them.
yes, I'm good with 2. And I'm okay keeping the lead inspector risk assessor.
And so you
Wait,
get
no, we
rid
already
of
took care of that.
right, he
Yes, I
said,
know.
yeah,
Oh.
he understands.
you'd get rid of the CD assistant.
Yes,
That was CDBG funded, so you didn't wanna take that one.
Oh, so that one's grant funded also,
Right.
CD assistant.
100%.
A little bit lost there.
that is my recommendation.
Oh, okay, I was not thinking that.
For you, when I was going through that, or I miss you?
No, I'm good.
I mean, again, I would just like to state that I would recommend not taking away the IT position.
Info tech specialist?
IPS 3 for IT.
Oh,
I mean, it's not like this is it's a new position on top of, they already have some staffing there already.
But I think the need has increased in terms of the complexity of our IT for the city and the risk of cyber problems.
hi.
Open for discussion on these items.
So, but we removed the management position there already, so you're okay with leaving that out, the info tech specialist? That was asked for by the department, but taken, removed by. So right here, right here.
Info tech,
That was
no, I'm
not- that was
okay
not-
with
that was
I'm
not
okay with
funded.
I'm okay with the positions that finance has removed from the budget.
Yes. The ones in yellow, unfortunately, is on the report, but those were not funded in the 2024 budget.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Can we, just one more time, what are you recommending we remove?
No,
Because
I'm
we-
suggesting
Right.
that we keep the IPS 3
Right.
utilities admin,
Mhm,
keep the IT specialist webmaster,
right,
keep the GIF anti-violent coordinator.
right, the grant,
We already removed the, I'm gonna skip the street manager.
right,
We already removed the fleet manager.
Yep.
And we discussed in the hearing.
mhm,
I'm gonna skip the motor equipment. I'm okay with keeping the MEOM,
2 of them,
2 of them. The other one, the CD assistant, I was going to own that, but I've been funded. And the lead inspector is assessor.
So the only thing you're not suggesting at this time is the IT specialist, webmaster?
Which would have been
No, the IPS 3 for IT, I think.
Second,
Oh, the second one, okay.
and then, I don't know, Ms. Porterfield position on the street department manager and the equipment operator mechanic. You had raised some concern in that, so I'm gonna leave that to you.
Department manager was that change, my concern that I explained, was the one where they are now, increasing that salary by 14%, but Mr. LaFawn says because of his additional duties, he would have to then split it back into two. So those are my concerns, that if there was a 14% increase after we saw it the second time, not when we saw it the first time. We also said there's not going to be a stipend in that position.
What is your recommendation?
Well, I would say that we could lower that to 10%, I would be much more comfortable.
Lower which one? I'm sorry.
The street department manager,
The increase.
Excuse me, so,
Mr. LaFleur.
so Rivera,
yeah, please.
I think if you lower it, I don't know if the person would take that position, and then we would have a problem, because then we won't have a director of solid waste. If they want to lower that street department manager's position, you won't take the position.
Why would you lower, he's already in that position.
Right.
Why would you lower it? He's already in the position, I mean, he should get a raise, right?
A 14% raise is what it was.
No,
Just take
you-
a whole new job.
No, you're saying get rid of the, splitting it into two, right? Aren't you saying
No, I'm
get?
saying even if it is two, I'm saying the increase is 10% is what I'm saying, for the two.
But we can't, I mean, that would have to be negotiated with the gentleman, outside of this meeting.
I'm pretty sure that he would not accept that.
Which would mean we have to go back to, I believe it's called street department manager, and that's the job that he's currently in. So that job is the 88,000, whatever, plus we'd have to put in for a raise, because that's not in this budget. Because he should get a raise, right?
You would get a 4% raise.
He'd get a 4% raise.
This year, was approved.
It's roughly 92,000,
We can, yeah, they have,
Like, do you know?
give or take.
so it's just a savings of, you know, the 20-something, well, it won't even be 20-something, because what did you say the raise would be?
His salary would be about 92,000.
So we'd be saving like $12,000 or something.
That's my recommendation,
Pardon me?
I said that was my recommendation initially, when, like I said, when it came to us, it had a title, it was given a 4%, came back with another title. Same situation, but now it came back to its original title, but the amount of the increase was now no longer 4, it was 14. So,
So let me recap this, so you were just recommending a 10% increase and not the 14%, but more than likely the person might not be taking that position based on the reduction.
What do you think it's worth now?
So then,
You speak for him.
I can't speak for him,
yeah.
I'm just putting it in my mind, you know?
So revert back to the position of 88,400 and with the regular increase. Is that what you're suggesting, Ms. Porterfield? I'm just trying to recap this so we move forward.
no, if this gentleman wants to take, this person wants to take both jobs, I'm just saying, I think the 14% increase is significant, it's not what we were initially presented with. So, it was initially presented, even though there was a title change, as 4% increase. So, now we're saying an additional 10 when it came back, and it changed back to its original title. I'm simply suggesting that we leave it as is, but have a 10% increase versus a 14.
Well, what I would suggest is you can leave his position there, give him the 4% raise, then give me the position back that we had deleted for what was 80,000?
88,000.
88,000, so that I can
Plus
staff
one
it.
person.
So you'd have 288,000 positions.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So,
That's a cost savings.
No,
Go ahead.
no.
It's not a
Don't
cost
be
saving.
sarcastic. Okay, thank
I
you.
was, thank you for what you said, Ms. Porterfield. I was just under the impression last night that yourself and Mr. Williams on the finance committee were okay with this
Yeah,
last
didn't you
evening.
guys ever voted up already?
Right. I think we've kind of worked through that.
That's part of, yeah, I saw an agreement from, not the agreement, but on last night's. Bottom of the first page.
Yep, there it
Well, we
is.
were revisiting it today, so.
That's okay, thank you. Yes, absolutely.
We're in the theater of the absurd.
We're
We
here
should
to
sell
discuss-
tickets, we can help with the deficit.
You know what, we're here to discuss this, and I think the sarcasm is not necessary.
Well, as far as the IPS position goes, I would object to that because we're getting reams more of data all the time. We have, trying to put that out on the website, we've created that thing with the police department to put the data out there. We're essentially probably going to put even more data out there. Removing that position, I think, would be foolish.
Yeah, but this department is already, they have some staffing already. It's not
But the
like-
amount of data that's coming in
It's not like
is,
something new or they don't have staffing, that we're trying to add a staff.
but we're getting more and more data. You need somebody to analyze the data, otherwise the data is meaningless.
And protect the data is also the other concern.
Go ahead, please.
So the positions you highlighted, and also I would entertain Councilwoman Porterfield's reduction for the street department manager to 10%.
What is the position on the motor equipment operator mechanic one?
About
You had made some comment on it.
yes, and, it's again, that position that is there alone, using an automatic lift around a cars multiple. And I was asking Mr. Afan if there's a way for us to be able to do that work, considering the fact that we've expended $612,000 in garages anyway, to somehow be able to either cut that back or to be able to not have this position, again, because I consider it a safety risk. And I'll say that again and again. So that was my concern around that.
Go ahead, please.
I appreciate that you're concerned about the safety, but I do think, again, it's 2 PM to 10 PM. So let's say like from 2 PM to 7 PM, you know, it's probably not unsafe, but, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, it's not nighttime. And then, so it is
He said
3
it's
hours.
overnight.
It's 2 to 10. It's 2 PM to 10 PM. That's the 8-hour shift. So, I just feel like maybe there's other options that the department head could figure out, because I think you expressed concern as well about the safety. But there, you know, let's give them a chance to figure out, how to keep it safe. I mean, any employee that we have, we worry about their safety. I mean, whether it's, I mean, these are concerns that I think
But
probably
yes,
you
that
face every day.
facility expected to operate in a fully OSHA compliant environment to maintain the highest standards there, so.
We have a
Let's
motion?
let's just see where it goes between you and Mr. Williams.
We're still
This is
discussing,
fine.
we're still
Oh, still
discussing.
discussing?
You want us to move on it?
Okay. No, I've said what
We
I've
wanna
said.
give
You've
everybody
said
an
what you've said,
opportunity
yeah.
to express
Yeah.
himself.
I guess we'd have to see what the savings are gonna be too, right? I mean, before we move on with our discussion, would we have to rerun these lists, for example? I
That
mean,
is correct, yes. Yes.
Yes.
So just the two, pardon me?
Yes.
And I was gonna say here, outside of safety concerns, is there an opportunity for some cost savings if we're using our existing partners to do some of this work?
I
existing
think this board
programs.
will asked that question already,
But there's no cost savings there for that?
It's kind of more expensive to go out to the contractors.
Okay, more expensive, which is,
I think
yeah.
that's what, if we had to use all the different garages and.
The whole reason for putting this forward is to generate cost savings and improve the operational efficiency of the ability to turn vehicles over and keep them operable so that city workforce can do the jobs they're supposed to.
So how can we see the savings of the outside garages then? If we're funding this position, how are we managing that?
That number, in theory, will drop.
So is there a plan to, then bring some of the work in that's currently being out?
Yes,
Because that wasn't part of the discussion when it was brought forward. I'm just stating, if you want to talk, you can, I guess, it's not my committee.
Our mechanical budget is based on a number of things. We have smaller vehicles, we have very large vehicles, we have front-end loaders. There are certain tasks that our employees are capable of doing in-house. There are tasks that we are not capable of doing in-house. And those repairs go out to heavy equipment places. I can't tell you year from year what piece of equipment will fail that we can fix or cannot fix. What I can tell you is that the other night when we sat in a meeting, I heard how we don't have a lot of cars because they get tied up during the day, during the normal work day. So the codes department is short vehicles. The way to rectify that is for me to do some of the basic maintenance on the off shift so those vehicles are ready in the morning for people to get in and utilize them and not be stuck looking for a vehicle that's not available. So that, I cannot tell you that everything we do is going to save someone. It will save somebody, but it will make us efficient that the vehicles are ready, available for other staff members to get in the morning. Okay? Not be sitting in the office because that vehicle is in there having its tires changed, being inspected, or having oil changes. We work the same hours in the Bureau Service that City Hall does pretty much. So unless I want to change the shifts at Bureau Service, everybody work the 3 to 11 shift and cars will be available, but it's not going to happen. So we do our best to save the money, but there are tasks that we cannot do in-house. It's beyond the means of our mechanics. We always try to save, but that 600,000 you referred to is every vehicle in the city fleet. That's fire trucks, that's police cars, that's heavy equipment. It's not just the vehicles we want to change oil. It's our boom trucks, it's everything. It's our garbage trucks with the hydraulic lines and the pneumatic rams. So all that money is in one pool.
But it includes the vehicles that we will now be doing the work on, right?
It includes the vehicles that we would do what we would call more minor maintenance on. Oil changes, tire changes, light bulbs, directionals, things like that, yes. But the efficiency is that the vehicle is done in the evening when nobody's utilizing it or needs it, and it's readily available for SNAP, for codes, everybody else to go out and do in the morning when they arrive at work. And if that's the efficiency
That could have been
keep it playing, we
like
need that.
I could have used that a few minutes ago.
Ease the
I
tension.
keep our staff moving at all times and having the equipment there ready and available for them.
Thank you.
How do we move forward from this?
I still have concerns about the position, but it's up to the finance committee what they want to do, but.
Finance committee.
Leave the
Mhm.
position, will ultimately will save money and it'll become more efficient.
I'm comfortable trying it,
Comfortable what? I'm sorry.
Trying it.
Keep it.
Trying.
Keeping it in?
discussion on this? Mr. Farrer, you making notes, or we have to go back?
You guys got me totally confused, going back and forth, up and down, in and out. I have no idea what you guys are.
He's not there.
You're making notes, and just let me know. You guys gotta hurry up too, my meds are starting to wear off. I don't know how much longer I can sit here.
Mr. Williams, do you have any more discussion on this with regards to what was, I did outline what I'm suggesting that we keep. And then you added this one here, mobile equipment operator mechanic, to keep that. We did remove the fleet manager prior discussion. And Ms. Porterfield, you were suggesting that we adjust the street department manager to 10%.
Yes.
And that 10%, just fast calculation, would be 100,351.
So it saves under $4,000.
Excuse me?
It'd save under 4,000.
3,640.
Thank you.
3,649.
But then add.
But we have to keep the other position in,
You
because
have to
probably
add
the
the
guy's gonna say,
89,000.
no, probably, I know we can't speak for
We
him.
can't, so, but yeah.
So you gotta put the other 88 back in,
Correct.
plus the benefits for the 88, plus the raise.
Mhm.
So I'd put both in, the 100 and whatever, plus the 88, so there's no savings. It's extra money. Because you'd have to put both in, then you'd be able to take it out afterwards when if he says no.
Mr. Mugren,
Yeah, go ahead, please, come.
so if we're gonna continue to keep calculating, then I'll continue to keep saying that concessions need to be made and negotiation is the exchange of ideas and compromises. After hearing all the information from Mr. LaFawn, understanding that there is a potential need, potential cost savings based on the work, after hearing Ms. Porterfield identify her safety concerns, I elected to make a concession yet again. After hearing that this individual, although there will be significant cost savings, a raise is a raise. So I think if this individual would like to make more money, I think this is still important for him to reflect on the facts. And yes, he can still hear this conversation right now tonight and elect to not proceed with this position. But that is a risk analysis that we all have to make right now. And I myself in the position, I would take more money.
I don't understand what that meant.
I don't get it
He said
either.
he would support the 10%, because that's what he said.
Oh, I thought he's supporting the report.
No, that's not what he said.
He's supporting
You said you wanted
100,
more
he's
money?
supporting 103, or whatever you said.
100,351.
10%. Right, let's,
Yeah.
you heard it, let's move.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna recap.
Yes.
Make sure.
My suggestion was some of the items. IPS 3, utilities admin, I'm suggesting we keep that. IT specialist, keep that. The GIF anti-violence coordinator, keep that. The street department manager, we suggested to 10%. The fleet manager will already remove prior meetings. We're keeping the motor equipment operator mechanic. And we're keeping the MEOM all two positions. And the other two positions are grant funded. Mr. Ferrari?
Yes.
So we're keeping those.
He's just saying sleeping, right?
For the third time.
Is it grant funding?
Funded.
Yes.
Just like the
Yes.
give anti-violence.
So out of that page, the only thing you're taking out is the IPS 3 for IT, is that Aaron?
What's that?
That's the only one.
That's the only one.
And reducing the street department.
And the fleet manager,
On the street manager, you're just changing the street manager to 100,351.
yes.
Okay. What happens if he does not accept that position?
That's why I'm saying that I think that you better put the other position back into the budget, or, I mean, we're just gonna have to make an amendment or
Yeah,
something. but
that's what I was gonna say. We
I
can
just wanna
always-
be
yes,
clear that
we can always make an
you
amendment.
guys are
back.
suggesting this, and that, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really
If the
make a
person
lot.
refuses the position, we can make the budget reappropriation and switch it. We have done that in the past. Any other discussion on these? So
hold on, just for clarity on that though, the daylight between the, kind of the two, thoughts is really, is the difference between the 14% raise and the 10% raise, correct?
Yes,
Right, okay, cause it, I don't know, it just started kind of framing it as if there was going to be, we would have to add back in the other position and then commit to fully funding that position. So really, the negotiation point right now is 10% versus 14%.
right.
So
Correct, okay.
Yeah, the proposal is to move forward funding this position at $103,051. And if the person refuses the position, then we'll do a budget amendment and to bring back the old position and fund the old position.
But it's not unlike other raises that have been brought before us, and we haven't given the full percent, so.
Again, though, it is, I'm sorry,
No, that's okay.
I just wanna say, again, we're not listening to the department head who is trying to do something that's gonna make us more efficient. So that's my last comment. We don't really have, I mean, you know,
No, we're listening to that, we're just saying that the amount that's budgeted, which is what we're doing, budgeting, is not the amount that, you know, just not that, it's a budgeted that amount. Not saying that you shouldn't do that, saying that that's not the amount of raise that we wanna give towards that.
But again, let me reiterate my position, because I'm the one that runs the day-to-day operations. Move the position back down to a 4% raise and reinstate the other position.
Was the position vacant? That now he's taking, that's already been a vacant position? It's still on?
it doesn't.
It was vacant.
Okay, okay, I just wanted to make sure it was a vacant position. So, it's not like, it could conceivably be on a list of vacant positions that we could remove conceivably.
I think, can
I
Mr.
said
LaFawn
conceivably.
clarify for us, please?
Oh, yes.
The street manager's position has always been in the budget for years. That position would stay there.
Yes,
And then the other budget has been, it was only vacated this year, the solid waste director. And that would always keep that in the budget at 88,000. And then hold the street manager's job to the 4%. And we'll try and fill a new solid waste director at 88,000, we'll advertise.
and we're just assuming that the person would not accept the 4% as opposed to the 14.
10%.
10% as opposed to the 14. Because originally, the way it was presented was only 4%.
It was a typo with regards to finance and the way it was worded.
Oh,
But I can't speak for him.
okay.
Now, next step, you're gonna clarify what on this,
Yeah, we'll go back and discuss it, such the changes.
We'll take a little break or
So we'll
something.
notice the following. Are we okay to add that position back? Let's open questions to everyone. Or we just go with the street department manager, 103,000?
Yes.
And if there's any adjustment, we can always do a budget reappropriation.
Yes.
You good with that?
And both of those positions have been filled. One individual resigned when he had an unfortunate engagement with local law enforcement. And if you don't want to move the one up, I'd ask that two positions be reestablished. One's that they're gonna reestablish the other one.
Do we have that on this list here, that the mayor's talking about? Is that on this list here?
Excuse me.
Is that on this list? The two positions?
The mayor's saying to add the
they're on two
other
different
position back.
pages.
Director of solid waste is on the list, yes.
Yes, we do have those two positions
It's
funded.
It's vacant.
It's vacant.
Director of solid waste is vacant.
Street department managers.
Mr. Rivera,
Yes, please.
the mayor's requesting, correct?
Yes.
Gotcha.
I'm okay to move forward with what, discussed here, on the sheet here, unless there's no, any other changes.
Mr. Conlon.
Did you?
Oh, you have the vote, so I'm against it.
Okay,
So,
okay.
I'm not
Are
sure
you
you're
gonna
right.
They're not,
So you're
they're
gonna
not
read-
just.
Oh, okay.
We disagreeing on this sheet to move forward. Did you make any notes with this? Not as yet.
I make enough notes, but I don't know what the results are.
I'm gonna go back again.
Just tell me the ones that you're not, what are you not, funding?
The IPS IT position.
Okay, that's the only one.
The next one that we had already, the fleet manager. That's it. Is that correct? Notes, everyone? Yes, all the rest we're keeping.
So just on one and fleet manager already done.
So that was all
you might need a history.
for 68,000.
All right, let's go back to the sheet here, let's move forward. And let's entertain, Mr. Williams and Mr. Palomini, changes with regards to these. So, Mr. Williams, can you please go through your suggested changes so that, Mr. Ferrari can make note of it? And then I will ask, Mr. Palomini just to go through the suggested changes, and the same thing that Mr. Ferrari made those.
So for the first page, it was the code enforcement officer, the assistant to the city engineer.
Are you, two code enforcement position, are you saying?
Just one.
One?
Just one.
Okay, keep going down.
One assistant to the city engineer, one junior civil engineer, one assistant corporation counsel, one MEO streets.
Are you gonna keep up with, Mr. Ferrari?
He's not telling me to stop.
No, please. Because we don't wanna go back to this again.
Gotcha.
Please, please.
And two water maintenance workers.
You wanna take those out?
It's full.
Mhm.
Wants to-
That's what he's listing.
Wow.
Mr.
What about the
Ferrari,
water treatment, what about the water treatment, that was in your original?
One code enforcement officer,
Took it out.
one assistant to the city engineer, right?
Correct.
One assistant corporate counsel,
Correct, and one junior civil engineer.
okay, that's already out.
That's already
How about the street MEOs?
One.
Okay. And then I got two water maintenance workers.
Correct.
He's leaving in the water treatment plant instrumentation specialist.
He didn't, he said no.
And the thing says the water
He's leaving
maintenance.
that in,
He
yeah.
just read it, yeah. Wait.
Oh, it's actually at halftime.
Mr. Palomini, is that covered you on the engineer or you have anything?
Well, the junior civil engineer's already out.
He's already on.
I would cut the civil engineer position. I would leave the code enforcement. I would leave the corporation counsel and MEOMs. And the carpenter, I would take out sewer and water at one touch. That's what we need. And quite frankly, they're already understaffed.
So you're saying remove the carpenter, that's one?
Yes. My only cuts would be the civil engineer and the carpenter. And the civil engineering should go into the fund for fee for services to hire so that they can do their work.
So you're just shifting the line.
Correct.
That's what you're okay with the property manager carpenter?
So Mr. Palomini, would you be in favor of removing the property management carpenter and returning one of the water maintenance workers?
I'm not cutting any of the water maintenance workers. I oppose that. They're already understaffed. We need good water. We need our sewage taken care of. It's one of the most important functions in the city.
Totally agree.
So I'd be in favor of the property management, carpenter being listed and returning the both water maintenance workers.
Are there any other discussions for this? My position, I'm gonna agree with Mr. Williams on the recommended change. Some of the change that Mr. Palomino overlap yours, so I am okay with that.
So you need a motion?
Yeah.
So you're okay with getting rid of a code enforcement officer, is what you're saying? I just think it's interesting because I think our residents complain a lot. I mean, you know, I think that those are the kinds of officers that we kind of need for some of the quality of life issues that we hear about all the time from residents. But
Okay.
a code enforcement officer, I'm just
If you
saying.
look over 2021, 22, 23, the trend of the vacancies, and that's what we're trying to address.
Again, I understand that it's been difficult to find staff, but I do think that the department, you know, has needed the staff. And again, I go back to the fact that I think it was difficult during COVID for recruitment of different positions.
Anticipating hiring one individual next week, and a couple other in the pipeline.
And on top of it, it's also safety and revenue line.
Absolutely.
But we have heard of applicants accepting and for other reasons rescinding, so I would focus on the one fill first.
Okay. Mr. Farrar, you have notes of those?
Okay, so we're looking at one code enforcement officer, one assistant to the city engineer, one assistant corporation counsel, and one carpenter, and we're gonna keep the MEO streets. Is that what we said?
Yeah,
And
the
then
water
we're gonna keep the two water maintenance guys.
No, I said, I think 4 water maintenance guys, right?
We're gonna keep
Yeah.
the two that we're taking out.
Instead of
So we're
taking
not
two.
taking any out, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, instead of
right.
taking two away.
So the only ones who are, go over one more time, we're looking at one code enforcement officer, one assistant to the engineer, one assistant corporation counsel, and one carpenter. Am I correct?
And one of the MEOs.
One what?
MEOs.
Oh, you said one MEO, okay.
And that is correct.
MEO streets.
And you're taking out the carpenter, aren't you? And
Yeah,
I thought you were
carpenter.
also taking out the civil engineer, but
It
did
was
that
not
get added back?
repeated.
in?
That is
It was
what
there.
Oh, that one was already out, gotcha.
No, the
Oh,
one
the
that was
junior-
out was the
Junior civil engineer, but you, I think, suggested taking out the,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay, so they didn't say that, but,
Which one, junior civil engineer,
no, the civil engineer.
civil engineer?
I don't know if you're still with that, but I thought I heard you say it.
I did say that,
Yeah,
and I said that keep the other positions, because they are necessary. And I also said put the civil engineering money into a
Right.
fund to use for the work that needs to be done, fee for services.
So, okay, I can agree to that. So move the civil engineer one, what is it, 80,
But we need to find out first what is the
No,
amount
not-
that's necessary, though.
93.6 plus the benefits, right, 65,520? Would you put those in for the fees for service as well?
Yes.
yes. I can agree to that, Mr. Williams.
In 2024, it's budgeted for 100,000, so you don't want to do 2023's budgeted amount?
I was just looking at what it has on this grid. I don't know who put this together
But
for
they
us.
budgeted for 100,000 this year for the increase.
So these figures aren't actually what's in the budget? The figures that are on this sheet that was given to us tonight are not,
2023.
23 numbers.
these are not the 2023 numbers, is what I'm
These
saying.
are the 2023 numbers, up to 2023.
They are the 23 numbers, not the 24 numbers.
24 numbers.
So which would you like to suggest keeping into
So
the budget?
whatever that 24 number is,
Correct.
whatever the 24 number
Not
for that
complicated.
civil engineer, move that into the fees for service line.
Salary and benefits.
Yes, whatever that is. All right, so I think we just want to add it, so we're in agreement to that.
Yes.
So Mr. Ferrari, please make note.
And that's gonna go to,
Fees for service
Fees.
under the engineering and,
fees for service for engineering.
Yes.
Somebody's gotta do the work.
Huh?
Somebody's gotta do the work, so he's gonna have to hire outside.
yeah, and that's what we've done.
I got a question about that though. If we're moving it into the fees for service line and we're including the salary and the full benefits, what would be the purpose of that? Cause that, to me, that wouldn't really, end in any cost savings. It would just be a different vehicle. And if we're gonna spend the same money, then I think that we should defer to, the department head in that, and do what's already in there.
Yeah.
If we're going to go that way, right?
Right.
Yep.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
That's my suggestion.
Any other comments on this? So you ready to move forward with this? All right, just verify the information that you have and whatever was suggested. You have those.
I'm pretty sure. I'm trying.
So I don't think that those were the two discussions that we held over from the last meeting, unless we have other discussion. May I request that you input these changes and come back to us and see where we are?
Oh, I guess not.
Want to do it right now?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're not going back to any of the other discussions because the two of you made those decisions the other evening about the overtime, for example? We're not gonna revisit that discussion?
Well, when we get the numbers, I think,
Oh, okay.
they may have mentioned a discussion with Chief Marino. Do you want to address that now before they go and make changes, or do you?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I
And I'd
think,
like,
Yeah,
Chief
sorry,
Clifford too.
sorry for that. Thanks for bringing.
I think it's important to recognize that as a newer council member, it's important for me to reference the chiefs and maintain, I think, very open and I think effective lines of communication. As I'm going through my second budget process, it's important for me to recognize the severity of the decisions that we make, but also making sure that I'm functioning in line with what I campaigned on, which is making sure that we have a equitable budget and financial process. Definitely in my conversations with both chiefs, I said that I would be open to revisiting these conversations, but never was there any promises. I am only one vote, but definitely, as has happened frequently on the council, I can make a decision and switch my mind at any point in time. So definitely using every minute up until this moment, I would say as of right now, I am still functioning in my same stance that I had the night before.
Which is cutting the overtime.
I'd rather not get into semantics, but.
Well, except we have a lot of people here, so I just,
Great, and I appreciate individuals being present in our process. I hope that we have the same viewers night in and night out. But definitely, as I had my thoughtful discussions with both Chief Marino and Chief Clifford, which I definitely very much value, I have to sleep at night. And the determination that I made is remaining in line with what I said originally.
Go ahead, please.
So by making these cuts, we're inherently developing a deficit in the next year's budget. First of all, we're right around 1.9 plus in overtime for the police budget. We have two major events coming up with the Christmas parade and Stockade-a-thon, as well as both the fire and police department. This is the time of year where most of the overtime budget is used because people want to take time off from the holidays. We're just creating a structural deficit by cutting these, especially when we're looking at hitting these targets and going beyond. We're likely to hit 2.3 to 2.5 in the police overtime if you calculate those in. And the fire overtime, we are likely to be very close to that target as well. So cutting those just creates a structural deficit that's just not wise.
Go ahead, please.
well, I also think since Chief Marino and Chief Clifford are here, I personally would like to hear their thoughts about the cuts to the overtime budget, but I also want to point out that I think, at least in the fire department budget, in the contract, we can't really eliminate the overtime figure that's in the budget as presented by the chief and the mayor, because if we do, we still have to fill those hours, which are mandated through their contract, and so we would end up paying for them anyway.
Great, and I would very much like to add that before both individuals speak, which I think they have the, which I would support, wanting to hear from them also, they have vacant positions that are open right now. The mayor, in his comment, also highlighted that any vacancies that are unfilled, members of those departments are able to utilize those funds for the best needs of their departments. After hearing both conversations with both chiefs, there are strategic opportunities throughout the year to bring on new candidates, new firefighters, new police officers. The expectation is to hire as many as possible, but those are going to exist later in the year. My recommendation and my position is utilizing those gaps until they hire, if they hire, to subsidize what we have not supported. And then again, if there is a need for more, there's always an opportunity to amend the budget. Is that correct, Mr. Moody?
That is correct.
Yes.
We always will do that. Budget reappropriation, budget
That's in there anyway. That's using the money that's in there anyway.
Yes.
So it's
Because-
I've saved.
Depending on how you structure the budget, whether the money would be there or not.
So yes, it's using money for positions that are not filled, which is what, as the mayor and also Mr. Wallen told us, that that's what they do within their departments. If there's positions that are not filled, then, and they need it, they draw from those, the money from there to fulfill, to pay for the positions that are filled, if there's a need for overtime in those lines. So,
But you're just robbing Peter to pay Paul. I mean, and the reality is that I think all of us wish that we could hire to the empty positions, right? I mean,
we wish that, but it's not happening, and if it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, it's what's been being done. It's not, it's not something that we decided that, how to manage that, that's how it's been managed. So, and Mr. Mudavarren,
Go ahead, please.
If you'd like to hear from Chief Marino and Chief,
Yes,
Cook.
Chief Marino, yes, I just want to echo, I'm sure you sent an email out to everyone that you sent to us, and if you have read that email, you will see at the bottom that the chief has made, some pretty good remark in terms of the funding in his email. Go ahead, please.
As always, thank you for having me. Thank you to all the members that are here. I apologize for being late. We had a fire at Seneca Street. We didn't have a full complement to go to respond because there were other calls. Initially, I know it's not in front of me, but initially there were 3 rigs. Let me tell you, if any of you were there, you would have been extremely proud of every one of those people. Heavy fire in the attic, within minutes. I thought we were gonna lose 2 houses. Within minutes, they were up in the attic and they extinguished the fire.
That's great.
And they do that constantly. Also, these gentlemen and ladies have been working for the last 2 years to fill the open spots. You come to a time when they just can't do it anymore. Mentally, physically, we're putting them at risk. The overtime budget, like I mentioned in the email, it is what it is. You could finance it at $1.5 million, or you can finance it at $250,000. It's contractual. We have to go up to 20. And I will never put them at jeopardy. There are times I have to order back for fires. There are times I have to order back for big events. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen as long as I'm chief. I'm not putting them in danger. And when that line is $1.5 million, like I think it's gonna be next year, you're gonna have to pay $1.5 million. It's just the way it is. So to the points that we have some fluff. Yeah, okay, there may be some fluff. But fluff is not really fluff, because what we're trying to do is take care of this problem that we have in hiring. It's not that we haven't tried, we've been trying. You may have seen the billboards that we've had, you may have seen us at all different kinds of events. So we budgeted 6, knowing we'd have some money from people that retired, not after a full year. We have that. And we're in 10, we want to hire 14. If I have 14 good candidates that check all the boxes and they're capable people that are going to make us all proud, we'll hire them. But if you take that money to pay for the overtime that we're going to have, I'm telling you, we're going to have we're not gonna correct this problem we have. This problem's been coming for a long time. We've tried to get in front of it, doing the best we can. Things don't always happen the way we want it to. I'll entertain any question you have, but I gotta say, I've never been proud of the fire department more than I am now.
All right.
Right. Thank you for the work y'all do.
Yes.
Yes.
Any questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief?
Oh, I do have one other question.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Chief. No, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you said there's contractual that amount of time has to be in there, is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, Mitch.
Are you saying that there's a certain amount of time that must be in there?
We have a 20-person minimum.
Right.
Every day we gotta go out with 20. I'm never walking into the mayor's office and saying, Mayor, can't do it, we have 18. Because we haven't mandated anyone to their credit. There are other departments, they're mandating like a wheel, it's constant. They've stepped up. We haven't mandated one person ever, especially in the last 2 years. So what I'm saying is, with a 20-person mandate of minimum staffing, and we have 7 openings from retirements. One is, and I've said this, one is, what's the term?
Leave it at
Thank you very much. And then I believe we have, normal term is 6 or 7.
6 in time.
Long time, either injury or sick leave. So every day, we're like 14 before we open the door, 14 in the hole.
Yep.
So that's why, to do 20 every day, we're gonna be at that number. We spent hours making sure that our number was right. We gave you a true and honest figure, that's where I think we're gonna be. And we talked about comp time. Contractually, the members have the ability to have comp time. If they all decided tomorrow, hey, you know what, give me my comp time. Not a little bit, all of it, you know, you want to know what the figure would be, and that's all contractual. They haven't done it, don't think they're going to, it's not what they intend on doing. But the number $1.5 million could look like kids change, if that was ever to happen.
Thank you.
Chief, go ahead, please.
Good job, Chief of the Whole Department. So talking about the police overtime budget, we have similar challenges as the fire department, they're a little bit different. We don't have a minimum staffing from the contractual end, but we do have a minimum staffing on a daily basis that we have to fill. Fortunately, we don't necessarily have to mandate as often as we have in the past, but we still have the possibility that we have to mandate officers. We do have a minimum staffing level that we like to meet each night. Due to our staffing shortages, we've been running short on that. And yet we've still already reached 1.95 million in overtime. If we had filled every position that we needed to fill, we probably would be over 2 million at this point, closing in on a high 2 million range, just on staffing levels. And this is before we even get to our proactive patrols, which we would like to do, like speed enforcement, quality of life issues, possibly anti-crime initiatives in hotspot areas. The way we've been able to keep our crime down, compared to our neighboring cities, is by investing into our investigative unit. We have 12 officers, 12 detectives on federal task forces. They're doing an awesome job taking down the worst of the worst offenders, not only in the city, but at the capital region level, because we all know that they like to travel. But we've sacrificed having those extra positions in our patrol level so we can do what we would like to do. And, ultimately, we're going to work within our budget. As I've explained to a couple of council members that I've spoken with, we will stay within our budget to the best of our abilities. It changes our strategy, whether we are proactive on a daily basis or whether we are simply reactive to just staffing the streets and answering calls for service. On the investigation side, the There it's more like the fire department where it is what it is. We have one case that I'm sure everybody in this room is aware of. We've already spent $90,000 just this year on investigating that case, and it's not even solved yet. So there are cases that sometimes just require the attention, and we're never gonna stop giving them the attention. And then you just never know when the next big case is gonna happen. We've been fortunate, if I knock on wood, that our major cases have been down this year, but you just never know.
Questions? Go ahead, please.
Just follow up to the chief's comments, where the data's out there, we're seeing a drop in crime. We're talking about the major crime, part one crimes, other, the more serious element, where we're being proactive and creating a high level of deterrence and actually have a fairly good closure rate. On the other hand, our calls for noise problems, for speeding in other lower level events is actually going up. And so to continue to have that good trend line, so you're dealing with the most serious crimes, but also deal with the community's needs and the evolving nature of what we're being requested to assist to, you need the bodies. And that cut, that you have moved forward on, is about 18,000 man hours in the police and fire department. And so you can't expect all those calls to be followed up on or dealt with in a manner that makes us all look good when you've dropped $18,000 out. And in the budget that I've given you, there are assumptions. Yes, we're not going to fill all those positions, but that money will be used to offset some of the overtime costs, where those slots have to be backfilled with individuals. In the police department, we're having trouble getting people to come out sometimes for overtime. I'd like to have some levels of staffing at a higher level than we're going on in the street with on some nights and some shifts.
Go ahead, please.
But I think to the mayor's point, those two aspects of noise and speeding, I think it's important to identify, and I'd love to hear the perspectives of any individual in this room. Throwing bodies at noise complaints has not solved any of those issues and complaints. I think it's going to require a more strategic stance to address these issues that are frequently happening regarding the holiday seasons. And to the issue of speeding, we've thrown bodies at Kings Road to be example, and we are still hearing those individuals come to our council meetings on a frequent basis. Unfortunately, we have to make those difficult assessments of where else are we going to invest in besides overtime to address not only the immediacy of those issues, but also the long-term effects. Because if we solve them today, we frequently notice that they transition to other aspects of our community. So my position here is challenging us to think outside of the box, to bring into those circles more stakeholders, to understand that expecting these departments to figure out these problems on their own is an old age philosophy. We as a community need to work together to understand how do we incorporate our neighborhood associations, how do we incorporate our schools who are also pushing for community schooling narratives. This has to be a joint effort. And again, I'm against throwing money at overtime to fix it.
Go ahead, please.
I think I'm sorry, but I do think that is just, this was a discussion the other evening too. There's certainly long-term kinds of strategic planning that, again, I would say I would want our fire and our police to be looking at even more so than residents, because they have the expertise and the experience in helping to solve these things. But we have immediate needs. We have immediate needs, whether it's fire or crime, or in the case of fire, the emergency medical calls that they go on. So I'll throw that in along with the fire. I understand that long term there's solutions that perhaps we can come up with, but what do we do tomorrow? And I just really maintain that I feel that this will increase crime. And I think this is not the time to be trying to increase crime, especially violent crime. I think that the way that we've been successful over the last, couple of years, we need to respect that and try to continue working day by day. And yes, at the same time, we have longer term strategies, like you mentioned the other day, sending folks into classrooms to talk to kids and building trust between youth and our officers. Those are great. I mean, I think all of us are really in favor of all those strategies that have been put into place, especially around community policing. But it ain't gonna solve crime tomorrow.
That's right.
Sorry,
No, no.
go ahead, please.
I'd just like to congratulate both chiefs on the community engagement with all your officers that are out there at neighborhood meetings, at Stewart's, in schools, things like that. And again, I will agree with Ms. Patrick. I mean, there's just issues that need to be addressed on a daily basis here, and I wouldn't want any of the residents of the city of Schenectady to suffer, whether it's going to a fire or having a police call responding to my residents if someone's trying to break the door in or things like that. So, I mean, this is something that just needs to be addressed and it needs to be funded. We don't need to cut the funding.
I agree.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, please, sorry.
So Chief, could you please speak to, like the various, you've come to us several times and, with technology and in that conversation, it's been like, this is going to cut back on, police needing to be in, off the street because they're doing whatever paperwork. So, and that there would be some cost savings, that was what we've been hearing. So I would like you to speak to that. And also to the GIVE grant, the most recent that we saw, the amount was like $418,000, but in the budget, the line we're seeing is a little bit lower than that. So, that discrepancy too.
We're already seeing less, is it in the revenue side or?
Yes.
I think that, that's probably more an accounting thing. I'd have to ask the finance, is it showing more because part of it is salaries and the other part is reimbursable overtime possibly?
I think it's because it runs in between years. We're looking for 2024, I think it goes into 2025.
Okay, yeah, it does start in July.
Yeah, so we're just looking at,
So
for the year, we're not putting the whole amount in because the whole amount is not 2026.
So you got half of last year's plus half of the current year.
Yeah.
That probably makes it up.
Okay.
And then as far as the technology, helping us to become more efficient, yeah, I stand by that, and it's going to, it's just that it's not something that's gonna happen tomorrow. These are investments. I mean, if you're taking in terms of building a house, technology investments are the foundation that we're building upon. At some point, we have a real-time operations center that we're building out that we hope that we could use one person sitting in this operations center to send a drone out to turn down loud music, so we don't have to send personnel there. We want to use the technology given the body-worn cameras so that we can have supervision over officers from the police station and the ability to do quality control better on them. So we have a more efficient and a more professional police department. Those are the investments that we're making. Patrol Finder, once we get that up and running, it's going to help officers while they're driving down the street know if there's a call waiting, so they don't have to take more time to drive across town to get to a call. So, well, we just, our deployment, these take time to roll out. The Axon has been 1 year so far, it's going good. I can start seeing that next year we're gonna start having, more and more that becomes more efficient. It's fair to say that we're already seeing some savings by not having to bring officers in on overtime to train them. We're training on shift now, so that's one savings, but we're not there yet where we can completely eliminate a whole training day by using virtual reality, but perhaps next year or the year after, my training sergeant will be like, yeah, we can eliminate this day because we're doing it on shift, so that's where we're going with it.
Because, as you know, and I know, this is like an ongoing, every year we have a similar discussion around overtime.
I understand.
Yes, so I was hoping, like, as the years progress, we would be seeing those reductions in overtime, and we're not, so, that's, and with all that we're doing to increase technology and increase efficiencies, but, every year for 10 years, as long as I remember, we've been having this discussion, so.
I think on our end, the biggest driver of overtime right now is the lack of staffing, lack of ability to put those boots on the ground. Today we had 5 officers become staffing, so that's a milestone for us now. 5 bodies can count as staffing, so that now have another 8 bodies for staffing until, I think that we're talking about May of next year. So once we get to that full complement of staffing, you know, give or take 5 bodies, we've always been fluctuating about 5. That's where we'll start to see it stabilize, but it's been 4 years since it's been in flux, so we were close, right before the pandemic, but it set us back not hiring those 9, we haven't been able to catch up.
Okay, so the thought process that I'm hearing from my colleagues is that those positions that are not being filled is where you could then pull from that to pay overtime. That's what I'm understanding what you're saying. Is that?
Well, I put the number 15 out as a good number. It's somewhere between 13 and 15, based on 2 people retire next year. But let's go with 15. Of those 15, I hope to hire 5 for January. So that will only leave 10 positions. And of those 10, we're hoping to hire them in July at the latest. So that would be basically half of the year's salary for those 10. And it's at the academy rate. So it's, or step 1 rate. So it's a little bit of money, but it's not a lot. And, you know, I don't want to speak for Chief Whipple, but I think he took that into consideration when he did his estimates.
Say something, or is it good? Putting you on the spot. Any other questions for the chief? Kimberly, you had your hand up?
No, I was just gonna say the same.
All right, thank you, chief. Thank you. So, as for you, can we have those changes?
Excuse me?
Can we have you input those changes and bring it back to us to see where we are?
I'll try. You know, this is mostly all general fund. We haven't even started talking about the sewer or water fund either. So I just want to remind you guys that.
So we're taking a little break?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay.
You have copies?
John,
You have my copies. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
want me to get a
I thought
copy?
I left them, I thought I left them right there.
Look at that. All these.
For lunch, sure.
I just want to add one thing, I talked to, I think it's told Marion and, John Mooreman, that, the carpenter that we argued all that time for, we had already taken it out of the budget.
Oh,
And we searched to find that fourth one, we couldn't find him, it was, we realized we took him out. He was, budgeted in 23 and not in 24.
Give them that.
It's,
Like one side.
decided to save some paper.
Absolutely.
oh, God.
Yeah, you got me where I was
This
like,
is
I got a
crazy.
copy and I realized it's on the other side.
You need
The
another?
water and, no, water and sewer is on
Yeah.
on page.
All right.
All right, everybody has a copy, everybody has a chance to review? We can go with, general fund. The difference that's showing here is 0. The changes that were proposed and the adjustment. 0 itself out. For the sewer, the changes that was, regards to the ARPA funding. 0.
Wait, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
$500,000 deficit, is that,
Excuse me?
showing a half a million, says 570.
Oh, no, that's,
You have the wrong,
that's my, my little note from my dad there.
This is what we just got handed.
Oh, yeah, he said that was a note in his head, so he
500,000.
should have crossed it out.
Showing where the difference is 0. So what we're doing is, the figures, from, both the additions and subtractions come to 1.5 million, and benefits add up to 222,000, gives us the reduction in general fund expenses of 1,732,990, which is the same, the revenues from the refuse, 1,732,990.
That should be done.
So, I'm sorry, but what you're saying is if we bring in the fees as suggested in the mayor's budget?
No.
Okay, then please repeat what you're
Okay.
trying to say.
Total revenues, in the mayor's budget is 111,086,420. The city council, they would not raise.
Okay.
They changed the mayor's proposal, and they, reduced the revenues by 1,732,990 for the
Okay.
refuse change. So that brought the budget to 109,353,430. And to make it up, they have all these different changes, so we added some salaries, subtracted salaries and different things, and plus benefits, to come up to the amount, equal to 1,732,990. So revenues are reduced by 1.7 million, and expenditures are also reduced by that amount. And that was from the last 2 nights.
Mr. Modria?
yeah, please.
So I think that I'm looking at some of the differences that we're seeing here, and I'm going to be honest and say I don't know how much this is driven in policy, or how much of this is some level, which I feel is present, of some political posturing here. And I don't think that we're as far away as we might think that we are, but I think that based on some information that we heard here tonight, I would like to strongly suggest that we recess and take some time to reflect and digest on some of the information that we heard tonight, and both from department heads and from our colleagues. I think that that would be a good course of action. I think that that will give us a little more time to reflect and really digest what we heard tonight. And I think that we can get a little closer than what we are. That'd be my strong suggestion.
Should've came up with that 2 hours ago.
I don't control when I get these brilliant ideas. I just
Which is brilliant. You are brilliant.
Oh, well, thank you.
So, Mr. Rivera, you already went to the store in water?
Pardon me?
Already went to this?
No, we did not.
That's my strong suggestion. Is that
Can we have, yeah, I understand, but can we just pull that out a little? And let's ask Mr. Ferrari, just walk us through with regards to this, the water sewer.
Okay, let's start with sewer.
And then we'll come back to Mr.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
I think it's gonna take the most
Suggestion.
discussion of the sewer. Again, the city council, for some reason, does not want to raise rates. So we're cutting back the rates by, $2,523,973, so that they don't raise rates. And to fund that, city council wants us to use COVID funds of 2.5 million and the appropriated fund balance of 23,000 to offset that gap.
I mean, I think
Go ahead, please.
I have to clarify, I'm just gonna continue repeating it, that it's not the council that is necessarily suggesting it, that it's some members of the council. So I just wanna continue to be on the record in that language.
Majority in the finance committee.
I totally get that, but I just don't wanna be lumped in there, so.
Make it easy for you. Yeah. So go over the next page. There was nothing done on Mr.
Okay,
Water, there was nothing done.
On the water side, we have a short of 883,047. And again, I wish that everybody take a look at the amount of rate increase, which I don't think is substantial. $16 a year, $16.25 a year unit, would offset that cost. So if we break that down, what's that come to there? $16.25 a
It's in
year?
there.
It's $16.26 a year for the water increase rate. Per day, we're looking at 0.044 cents.
So 4.4 cents a day increase, and what's it for a month?
For a month, I'm doing quick.
$16.26 divided by 12.
For a month,
Yeah,
Dollar.
$1.35 a month. Right, that's, I've got the correct number,
That's just-
16.26.
That's just
Yeah.
for the water. If you're looking at the total increases in wastewater sewer, $116.46 for the year, that is 0.462 cents a day.
How much a month?
$14 a month.
That's for increasing all the rates, which probably could have went home Wednesday.
So going back to, so going back to Mr. Farley's suggestion. What are your thoughts?
I'd like to see this carry out tonight as far as the capital and the water store and absolutely.
It's out there.
I think if you want participation and you want the public to know what's going on, we reconvene Monday.
There you go.
One other comment, just on the general fund, I want to engage in public discussion, but I ask the council, my budget does not include any specific money to settle the PBA contract. We haven't entered into formal negotiations, but again, I asked the council members and nobody has responded, what numbers you feel comfortable in giving me the authority to move forward with that. Their contract, Local 28 of the fire department is included in the budget I submitted to you. The PBA contract expires December 31st of this year, and we're setting up the first meetings now. And that, even at low percentages, has significant impact. I'm not looking for public comment on it.
Okay.
But I would like, you gotta tell me you want me to put a 0 on the table, you want me to put some number there that consistent with what we're doing across the board with the rest of the workforce.
Ms. Williams, I want to put you on the spot here in the Finance Committee. With regards to Mr. Farley's suggestion, what is your thought on that?
There's been a lot of discussion here tonight. Definitely I'm not the one to make irrational decisions, and I always appreciate having more time to just gather my thoughts. All the comments I've had with our other departments, and then reevaluating where we currently are, I definitely feel like we're getting closer. I would absolutely appreciate having a recess. To Mr. Palmini's point, Monday is a council meeting, and although I don't know the timeline for having our next meeting, I definitely always welcome input from our community. So I don't know when our next meeting will be able to reconvene, but I would entertain a recess.
Yeah, I'm not available Monday until like after 6 or so, 6:30. Almost ready for the 7 o'clock meeting.
Yeah, Monday.
So,
Your suggestion is to vote on the budget on Monday, is it not,
or
Reconvene the finance committee
reconvene the finance
and
committee?
ideally vote at the council meeting.
so.
But again, to do that, we have to budget a little bit of time because the staff's gonna have to
Right.
prepare
Again.
the ordinance and related paperwork.
So I would, then I would recommend that we just, if we're gonna do that, then we do it on Tuesday and then call another special council meeting. Because we're not gonna have time, it's like, it doesn't, what my thoughts were, but tonight I didn't really not expect to be here this long, so I don't want to, I didn't.
Wow.
So I don't want us to like push forward, on that, so that's where I am with that, and,
Mr. Chairman, again, while it is the weekend, if people have questions or ideas, reach out to me or Derek or Anthony and try and accommodate you in the best way in terms of getting information or scenarios that you'd like explored or analyzed.
And I have to say, I've been getting a good response from Anthony and Derek in terms of answering questions to members. I don't think any question has been outstanding. They get it, they will ask, and I re-ask, make sure I looked at the question and submit it. And they have been very good in providing that to us. So I have to say thank you to Julio for doing that for us. Good.
So I can't be here Tuesday night, but I do want to say that I would be in a similar situation as Mr. Toro, and I'd rather just keep going. And I understand what you're saying, but I do think that, I don't think we're gonna change our minds. I don't know, I mean, we can still talk it all out, but, I think that we could talk it out tonight and see how people feel.
but you're saying that other people won't change their mind.
Well, I would love it if other people would change their
But
minds,
you just
yeah.
make that assumption.
Yeah. But I mean, one way or the other, whether we talk about it on Monday at 6:30 before our 7 o'clock meeting, or if we talk about it this evening, I guess what I'm saying is, let's talk it out and see if we can.
But what I heard Mr. Farley say, he wanted to digest the information, that's.
Oh, okay.
I think I think we'll be in a much better, situation, with a short access to do that. That's my opinion. I think that,
So, Mr. Farley, I know we had some speaker here tonight, is that what you want?
Well, yeah,
You want
I
to
think that-
reconsider the chief's,
I-
contribution tonight, is that what I'm trying, I'm not putting.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yes, I'd like to, factor in what and I think that we all are compelled to factor in what we heard today from, our fire chief and our chief of police. I think that's definitely a major factor in what I'd like to, kind of reflect upon, and as well as, some of the insights that I've heard from my, colleagues here, and I think that, quite honestly, if we're being real, we know that there is a level of, some political posturing that's happening, and I think that a recess will allow us to kind of bring some of that down, and I think that collectively make a more informed decision. So I feel strongly about that, just based on what my experience has been thus far.
So on Monday, what time would we convene with
Tuesday.
finance? Oh,
Yeah,
Tuesday.
He said he can't come.
Oh, okay.
Monday.
No, you said
you
you can
can't-
on Monday
I
at
can't.
6:30.
Yes, I can be after, I'm over right to 7 o'clock meeting.
You're gonna be.
I am gonna be close to 7 o'clock.
Oh, you're gonna arrive.
Yeah, yes, I'm
Okay.
yeah,
He's saying he can't convene a budget meeting ahead.
yeah.
Well, all you need is finance committee. Because, I'm not gonna be here Tuesday, but, if you wanted to do a different day or time, I would be able to be flexible about that, but Tuesday, I have another meeting.
Well, you can't
That
be
I'm-
flexible at all, because,
No.
a lot of us have made accommodations for Friday meetings. There's no way.
So I have made a lot, look, I've been all the meetings here, I've put everything in, so I try to be here to make sure that I wasn't expected to go
Could do
far.
Wednesday.
Tuesday will be the ideal day.
But again, you don't need me at the table. You all know how I feel, we've kind of talked this out for hours and hours and hours.
So you're taking off the table, you might have an epiphany. Okay.
I have digested the
I
stuff,
got you.
and
I
I've
got you.
talked to the chiefs, and I've, read, and
Yeah.
I've spent hours going through this, over and over and over again.
I can appreciate you being pretty settled in your position, and if that's the case, then then you would need to attend, and I think
Well,
that's okay.
Plus, I don't have a vote,
Well, neither do I, but
Yeah.
but however, I still I can appreciate your position in that. So, are we going to reconvene Tuesday? I'm here for that.
Well, how long do you anticipate the council meeting on Monday night? It's a fairly short.
Yeah, actually,
if we
it's
luck
pretty
out,
short.
we can maybe spend an hour after the council meeting.
And then have like a special meeting after that to vote.
Or you could recess that council meeting, you wouldn't have to have a special meeting then.
And, the recess and then vote after that? Is that what you're saying?
Or even if you called the meeting Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever day.
All right,
Okay.
Mr. Oliveri said he could do Tuesday, he couldn't do Monday, so, he needs
Well,
one.
you can be at Monday's 7 o'clock meeting.
And the question becomes, would we be able to stay up until 11 o'clock on Monday?
Never.
Most likely.
I was suggesting an hour.
Oh.
The meeting have generally been going fairly quickly.
Oh,
I
the city
don't-
council meetings?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I don't think there's
Hardly anything on the agenda.
any item on the agenda that should evoke a lot of controversy or discussion, so move that meeting forward and meet.
Well, we don't know that.
We don't know that.
I
so
know,
we'll
just,
vote
it's my wishful thinking.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean.
I welcome that.
Mr. Farley's epiphany will
Yes.
go across the community.
So we may have a lot of people that come and speak about the budget, and that's gonna take us over, so. Even though no one came to the public hearing, now they have a lot more information.
Which is really a good thing. So,
So is anybody besides me and Ms. DeToro interested in trying to do this tonight?
And if not, can we do it Wednesday so that Ms. Patrick and Mr. Moon can
unfortunately,
be
I'll be
here?
there. My father was
It's
there.
the father, is
Maybe Thursdays.
Thursday's the,
So we're back to Tuesday.
Actually, it doesn't have to be adopted until the first. You can reconvene on Halloween or actually on the first.
Oh,
It's fine.
Mr. Moodavarian as well.
Oh, yeah.
To put you under some pressure, it has to be
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
first.
I like
You said it could
I
be
like how you
on,
throw that in. It's like-
it could be on first
we
as
don't
well.
have a meeting on the 30th.
For the law department, but we've always done it, well, I say, there were times when they got into fights and it went into December, but it's always been done by the last day of October in recent time, but the charter says by November first, so I think if you adopt it on November first, you're in compliance.
I would agree with that. Whether or not we wanna wait that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so that's the other question, we just wanna get this done.
We don't wanna wait so long, we wanna get it done.
Yeah, well, my position's
Yeah.
clear. We're gonna end up doing it dance.
I'm good Tuesday.
Okay, I'm good Tuesday. Tuesday.
I can make it on Tuesday.
Tuesday's not great, but
So no one
don't
else
see any
wants to
other
do it
choice.
tonight?
No, no one else
So
will do it.
it's not good, but you'll,
I've made plenty of accommodations so far, so it's disappointing. Can't be.
I've been here every single
Patrick's
meeting
been so-
without any absent.
So
And I have been from starting to ending, every meeting.
this would be the stuff
And
that
that's,
we'll
and
be able
that's
to.
sacrifice. People walk away from meeting, people never attend a meeting. I'm here for all the meetings. So that is all sacrifice.
So Tuesday it is then,
So we
Yes.
okay.
we have to recess this.
So we'll move the finance committee.
Are you on
Motion to
board with
recess.
With you on board with
Yeah,
Tuesday?
I want
Oh,
yes, yes.
A motion to recess the finance committee to
So-
Tuesday, 5 p.m.
But I still have to call the special city council meeting to order to say there is no budget, and then, so,
It becomes your prerogative, you could recess
this is ridiculous.
the,
city council meeting on Monday?
Ms.
Okay.
Patrick's been so
reconvene it
And I have been.
Tuesday,
as you said,
Wednesday, whatever day.
Okay, then I'll do that. So I
So
don't have to call
I
the
would like to
special.
move it to at least Wednesday.
Well, we can't.
Well, just to clarify, there's still a
Oh,
motion.
it's minutes.
You guys still have a motion.
Yes.
That it's pending. So there is
Yeah.
a motion that needs to.
Wednesday.
Second,
Second, or no, I can't second, I already.
second. I'm gonna second, all in favor? Aye.
I do wanna, I have to go on the record as saying, I will be shocked if you all change your, if anybody changes their viewpoints. I appreciate what you're trying to suggest, but, I don't, I know I wasn't politically posturing.
I didn't say you were.
I know, I know
Yep.
you did.
You know, I don't mix words
I
either,
know.
so you know that. I didn't say you were.
Chris?
John, really, really disappointed.
Do I have to call the meeting to order, say this is our budget, and then, since we don't schedule for
Call
it?
it to order. I would also recommend, if you're going to adjourn it Tuesday to have a special meeting after a finance meeting, you would need to set that in the same meeting notice.
Okay, all right, 1 second, please, council members.
Council members,
Council members. Our corporation council says that I should call this council members. Our corporation council says I need to call the special meeting to order, and then say that we're going to,
Have a special meeting
have a special
Tuesday
meeting on
after
Tuesday.
finance.
So I'd like to call to order, special council meeting for Friday, October 20th, 2023.
Roll call. I want a roll call.
That you're here?
I want a roll call on that vote. About,
There's no vote?
there's no vote to have a special meeting? You don't have to vote
No.
to,
Any one
No.
member can call a special meeting.
Right.
No, this is
So-
because we have called a special meeting for this afternoon. We can't just walk away from the meeting, so we just have to call it, close it.
Right.
And then we're gonna recess Monday, and then reconvene.
So we weren't able to pass the budget today, so therefore we will not have a special meeting tonight, so I ask for a motion to adjourn the special meeting. All in favor? We're adjourned, thank you.
I thought you were calling for a special meeting on Tuesday. I thought that's.
I am.
Well, did you just vote on that?
There's no vote.
Right. Right.
I have to.
No, I know, but how do we don't have to officially do anything about Tuesday?
We're gonna sit, we're gonna get, we'll do the email.
So Monday, 11.
Yeah.
Ms. Portillo? What is the plan for Monday?
This meeting, no, at regular council meeting, the finance and regular meeting, Tuesday, when we're just calling a special meeting.